SOD, my pallies, are you ready? 11/23/2004, Wild Jazz put Pally straight on the floor. One boot on the neck, another on the hand, a placeholder class, they made them so bland. It's almost as if they didn't like magic, all tapped out and they couldn't imagine everything they could do. Storm strike to your face, just wait till I get a big fat mace. SOD, about to get crazy. New meta, what's it gonna be? SOD, get to play a new class. Fresh. SOD, about to get crazy. New meta, come on, what's it gonna be? SOD, get to play a new class. Fresh. 11/30/2023, Wild Jazz found the lane. Pallies be free. We got runes hiding in the most conspicuous spots. Holy rat and prop waiting to be unlocked. They're gonna heal you, deal you damage you like. Protect the group when the wheels are falling off the bike. You're fine in the storm, maybe lay on hands. Paladins are longer watching from the stands. SOD, about to get crazy. New meta, what's it gonna be? SOD, get to play a new plan. Fresh. SOD, about to get crazy. New meta, come on, what's it gonna be? SOD, get to play a new plan. Fresh. I don't have to tell you how there was no meta, just auto attack. Just ask Riley. I don't have to tell you how there was no meta, just auto attack. Come on. Yeah. SOD, come on. Patty power. SOD, come on. Patty power. SOD, come on. Come on. Patty power, come on.
All right, go.
Hey, how's it going?
All right. Oh, are we live?
You sounded so sad. All right, go.
All right, go. How you doing, go?
I am terrific and fantastic as usual. How are you?
Tired?
Yeah. I'm that too.
Bored?
Sober.
I think that's probably the worst one out of the three. I don't think I'm going to be bored for much longer, though. But if I have to wait one more day to start my healing mage, I'm going to lose it. But fortunately, I've not got to wait one more day. It's less than a day now, isn't it? So.
Ooh, yeah. It's what, 21 hours, 21 and a half hours.
Something like that. Cody, thank you for becoming a member. Thank you. There are some members-only videos. I've not put one on for about a week, but I'm going to try and get one out tomorrow because there's a video that I actually want to put out, and I wanted to put it out to everyone, but I haven't got time to actually edit it properly before launch now, so that will go out a few hours before launch, which is just everything that I've been doing for prepping, so thanks again for becoming a member. Make sure you check that out. What are you saying, Go? Anything interesting?
I mean, we raided last night. It feels kind of bad that it was the last
it was the last RAF raid you're ever going to do.
I wasn't going to go that far, but yeah, pretty much. Wrath is dead, and Sod is about to be alive, and we're in that little weird transition period.
Yeah, it's I'm finding it increasingly more difficult to log on RAF at the moment when all I'm looking forward to is Season of Discovery. And, we're like at the end of RAF as well. It's, if it was like Ulduar or something, it would probably be a little bit more difficult. But the fact that we're like at the end, I am struggling. I'm struggling. And I don't like that, obviously, but, tomorrow it's not going to matter anyway. I'll just have to hide in Season of Discovery where nobody from RAF can find me. In Ashenvale is where I'll be, if you wondered.
Oh, Ashenvale, yeah.
Do you want to cover anything? I mean, we know we saw in that video that we went out by Platinum WoW on the official WoW YouTube channel, and it appears that the majority or at least some of those runes are a little bit bait.
A little cheeky.
Yep, confirmed by Agrand on Twitter, saying you're not. If you're a paladin, you're not going to get Howling Blast. Or are you though? Maybe he just hasn't discovered it yet.
Uh-huh. Or maybe it's a different class that's getting paladin. They just changed the class name in the video.
Yeah.
So it's actually going to be the mage.
No, it's going to be a rogue. A rogue's going to get Howling Blast. But we'll see. We'll see, you know. No, I think that was all put in there just as like, well, let's get everyone talking, you know, which absolutely, like that's what they should be doing. On the basis I'm not like mage is going to be my main and not paladin. Nothing in that video particularly excited me anyway. Other than the augmented seals.
See, I didn't get to watch it yet. I came straight from work, got home.
Went
took
asleep.
A quick nap. Yeah. I was like, I got to get a tiny bit of sleep where I can. And then woke up and here we are. So yeah, I'll have to watch it tonight, tomorrow, sometime.
Yeah, I mean, the biggest
for servers to come up.
The biggest surprise is going to be on the character creation screen when it turns out that there's monks, death knights, and DKs. Monks, death knights, and demon hunters.
And when you can be like a panda as well.
Yeah. You're gonna have pandas as well, obviously. That'd be a shock, wouldn't it? You'd have like 36 completely unknown runes from level 1 to 25. Yeah, it's not going to happen. But anyway, classic go, my friend. Do like the general housekeeping stuff. I'm going to get another beer and we'll get the guest on if you want.
Hell yeah. We've got Hunter, Rogue today, the last two classes that we're covering for Season of Discovery. It's going to be a quick 5-6 hour episode tonight. There's no time restraint, so we'll probably be here till at least midnight, 2 a.m., something like that.
We'll be here till Sod launches.
Oh, this is just like the 24-hour stream, yeah?
Yeah. We'll just literally drag it out for as long as possible just to annoy the guest. Because he's so polite, he wouldn't leave. He'd be sat there with matchsticks in his eyes just to keep himself awake.
No, as usual, we appreciate everybody that super chats, and that's a great way to get a question to us during the show. So if you're on a topic that you're passionate about and you're like, yo, how would you use this rune? Go Scotty guest, then we'll be like, oh, thank you for your support, and this is how we would use this rune. That's just one example. I'm sure you can get creative. So, yeah, that's about all I got.
Well, then let's introduce the guest. I mean, I introduced the Cricks yesterday, so do you want to do this one? Because otherwise I'm just going to say, look, many people who watch YouTube videos confuse me and this guest, you know, just based on both our handsomeness and you know, the fact we do look very similar. It can be quite confusing. You know, like that's how I would introduce him if you want to do your bit.
I mean, I saw him at BlizzCon and I was like, Scott. Oh no, not wrong name.
Cool. All right, let's get him on because he don't really need any introduction anyway. So, Sarf, what's going on, man?
Yo, what's going on, guys? How are you?
Finally,
back on the episode with my twin.
Yeah, don't take offense to it. I know you don't really look like me.
I wish I did. Oh my god, my fiance would be so lucky.
Yeah, all right. Don't come in here flattering me with your bullshit stuff.
You know, I do what I do.
How you been, though, mate? All right, excited?
I'm doing well. I'm really, really hyped about Season of Discovery. I'm getting like way too excited. I thought I was gonna be free of making content for a while and like chill and maybe do some Cataclysm stuff. And Season of Discovery is like, nope, you're gonna play the game again. Here it is. You're not getting away from us.
Yeah, no more raid logging.
Yeah, exactly.
That is exactly how I felt as well. And I said this to Crix before we went live. I think I've even said it to you recently. You know, it was before BlizzCon. It was like, right, I'm going to start focusing on Cata content. Actually, chill out a bit and not play as much. You know, just because you know coming up to Christmas and that, and then they drop this, and it's like, oh dear. Someone's going to have to bring my dinner out to me on Christmas Day.
I was gonna like my plan was like, I'll make some kata content, but I'll probably do a lot more variety stuff and like transition my YouTube channel into more variety, like I've been doing with my shorts and like my TikTok and stuff. And I was like, I'm just gonna move over to like playing other games because it's been fun. I'm like relaxing on how aggressive I'm going with WoW. And then this, like, even after BlizzCon, I was like, maybe it's gonna be okay. And then I kept thinking about it, and after I had played it so much, I was like, all right, I'm getting really excited.
Are you scared? Are you slightly scared? Because this is the most excited I've been about WoW. I mean, I'd say since Classic 2019, since it was announced. I was excited for Wrath, I was excited for TBC, but this is something different. This is special. And the only thing that worries me is I'm going to absolutely hate it. Like, can you imagine?
That would be the worst. Maybe it would be good, though, for, like, our lives, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm nervous that the big thing is like, does it feel like Classic still, right? And that's like, we'll see. I guess they have a lot to deal with there with all the new abilities. I'm more scared for my social life than I am for the game being bad. Because if it's not great, then like win-win. I can play other games. If it's great, it's like, all right, now my whole life is WoW still.
Yeah.
Which I love, but yeah.
No, I know what you mean.
You're nervous though. You're nervous that you might hate it.
So I've never been a vanilla fan, like ever. Classic 2019 was excited purely from a nostalgia point of view. I was like, oh my god, like actually getting to play it from the beginning again, like this will be cool. But bearing in mind, in 2019, obviously I weren't making videos or anything like that. I didn't even know how to make a YouTube video in 2019, literally. But I didn't even get to 60, as in, like, at launch, I went really hard, took a week off work, got to about 52, and me and my brother was leveling together. He was a hunter, I was a druid, and we was called Flip and Flop. And we was smashing it. We was, like, on our server, we was, like, in the top 1%, in terms of, our level. And I was like, mate, I'm done. Like, I'm just fucking so bored. I don't even want to carry on. So he carried on to 60, and I probably then didn't play for 3 or 4 days, and I was just at 52, and I thought that was me done, like with Classic. But then he talked me into it. He was like, you just got to come back and finish it off. I'll help you out. Like, we'll go, I'll run around, do quests with you. So I did actually then get to 60, and obviously then I was doing MC, raiding, like, passing.
I saw a video of you as Flop. I think.
Yeah, probably. It would be Flip. Flip was my druid.
I saw it recently as I was doing a bunch of research to make sure I was correct on all of the numbers and things for druids and druid guides. So I was running through every single old druid video, and lo and behold, here's your Flip guide, where you got your start, I think.
Hang on, my sound went for a good 10 seconds there, so I missed the end. Just say that last bit again.
Oh, I was just saying, I think as I was searching for all of these druid guides, I think I watched one. I think I watched one of your earliest videos.
Oh yeah, it would have. Yeah, the druid phase 1, like, that would have been literally the first ever video I put on that was WoW related, 100%. Yes. And that was why I carried on. I was like, man, that done well. It got like 4 views, so I'm going to do another one.
You're like, all right, well now I'm a YouTuber.
Yeah.
I remember all the bits you had like green screened in, and you were just like walking around in front of places in Azeroth. Like, I was like, who the fuck is this guy?
Yeah, it's really bad. But that's how you become better, right? I look back on I've never unlisted any of them. I leave them all there because sometimes I like to look back and be like, man, you were really shit. And now, man, you're not really shit. You're just shit. One day I'm going to hope that I can look at one of my videos and be, man, you're average. Like, that's what I aspire to, being average.
Now you can recognize, right? Now we're like, man, you could have made that so much better if you spent a ton more time on it.
Yeah.
But there's like the cost benefit of that.
Exactly. And it probably did. Like back then, editing your first videos, like it probably did take a ton of time, and now you'd knock exactly the same quality content out in about 15 minutes. It's like, it's fun to think about. Saf's quiet, is he? I can turn him up. He doesn't sound quiet to me.
A little. I don't know. Let me know, chat. Am I quiet? I do like to talk, so be wary of that. And like the AC just came on, so it's probably at the back of my microphone going.
I've turned him up. I can turn myself down a bit again.
Yeah.
And then hopefully then everybody else can turn us all up, if that helps. Because I think that's what we had to do the other night, wasn't it? So cool. So what have you got any questions for Saf before I start firing away at him?
Yeah, hit me.
Well, you're obviously going to be maining Rogue and Hunter, right? And that's why we've got you on here. So which one are you doing first, though? Like, that's the main important question. First
it's a
character.
Great question. I will be starting with the Hunter, and then I will be going Rogue as my second. Luckily, we have it's level 25, so it's like literally one play session. So I'm going to start with Hunter, go Rogue, and then the plan is either Feral Druid, Warrior, or Ret Paladin with Howling Blast. So one of those.
You got to get that Ret Paladin Howling Blast in. Hopefully everyone's happy now in chat. Just give me just a thumbs up or something. Like everybody should be pretty much the same voice level now. Hopefully.
Yeah. Let me know, guys. But what are you guys going? Right, I asked you earlier, but I'm curious, like your decisions on why.
Scott can go first because
no,
he's been
you go
changing
first,
it.
Mine's
Okay.
mine's going to be a longer explanation, and mine's not changing. I'm fully committed.
I think it's locked in for you now. Yeah,
I'm 100% locked in.
I'm sticking with my roots. No pun intended. And staying Druid. So, yeah, just straight balance. About 6 to 8 balanced Druids planned for the first week.
No
or so.
way.
Oh yeah, dude.
All in. I love it.
I'm going like farming alts or all Druids. It's just BIS like profession alt. So yeah, dude, it's just as many Druids as possible.
Such a fucking
mainly
loser.
Horde. Mainly Horde. I'm getting dragged to the Alliance on a couple servers, but yeah, Horde is BIS.
Do you think that Druid is like balanced Druid is going to be one of the stronger classes, or are you just like you always just play balanced Druid? So it's like nothing. What would ever draw you away from playing a balanced Druid? Like what could ever get you?
Another class that's that simple to play.
I'm stuck on being able to shift out of roots. Maybe that's like the core thing that I like about Druids. I get rooted, I just shapeshift, and like my movement is back. I hate being slowed, snared, rooted, all that stuff. So like that's a big positive for me. And I had that a little bit as a mage because I came from maining mage back in the day, and at least mage I could blink. A lot of times I would even play gnome so I could have escape artist too as a backup. Or you could ice block, cancel aura ice block, and then I'd be free to move again. So, yeah, I just love being able to actually control my character and not piddle paddle around because a rogue has like crippling poison on me, for example, because I'm going to be doing a lot of PvP. So, I don't know.
It's okay because they can now cripple you by shooting you with a ranged cripple.
And then like I tried melee classes out, and I was always rooted and slowed, and it just felt like shit. But it looks like Warrior's going to have a lot more mobility. So I still wouldn't play it, but it looks like this isn't going to be completely classic for movement speed stuff.
The good thing is, though, if you go Paladin, you still quite literally will feel like you're in a wheelchair because they have no mobility still.
There's no Blessing of Freedoms yet.
Yeah, you get Blessing of Freedom.
You do get freedom.
Paladins have always notoriously been the wheelchair class. You're the slowest class ever. Like you can learn Pursuit of Justice, I think, and it's like 8% movement speed. But other than that, like you're just consistently so slow, and it feels bad. But I mean, they're getting a lot of other cool things, so I guess it feels fine.
Yeah, I'm still looking forward to Paladin. Obviously, I play 2 Paladin mains, and yeah, like on both regions. I'm looking forward to Paladin, and it was Paladin all along. I was going to be going Pally main in Season of Discovery, but
until
mage.
What?
Until mage, because I'm going to go main healer mage. But the thing I like about mage is you change one or two runes, and you've gone from being a main healer to literally probably the best DPS spec for the mage anyway at level 25. I know obviously it's going to change from phase to phase, but like being able to just switch out your healing runes for DPS runes, but keep exactly the same spec, it's going to be fucking awesome. And I'm not going to be able to do anything that special with a paladin. You know, on a paladin, it's like, great, it's rare, that's cool. On a mage, it's so unknown. And, you know, regenning yourself and AoE grinding. You know, how are they going to perform in PvP, where you're actually trying to nuke people down, but you're also a support healer at the same time? You know, it's, I don't know, I think it's going to be really interesting. So it's that, it is the fact of not knowing, and the fact that one of my favourite classes in Cataclysm is a Disc Priest, so... Yeah, it's the closest thing to an atonement.
It really is. It really is, yeah. And it's going to be... I do like the idea of something that's so new, and you like it's not rehearsed. You're not playing the exact same thing that you've done every time, like me, who's playing Rogue and Hunter first.
Yeah, but Rogue,
but there's still
man,
new things. So yeah.
I'm going to have a Rogue purely for PvP. Like Ash and Bell, just open world PvP. I've been saying on every video, like my main PvP character is going to be a Rogue. When I'm out soloing, you know, if I'm out with a group of people, then it's fine. I'll do it on my mage. But if I just want to go out and just kill people, man, I'm going to be doing it on a Rogue.
Yeah, I think like literally that was my plan. I was like Hunter and then Rogue for like the BGs and PvP. But Hunter also is just I'll just switch out some runes and be like lone wolf sniping people in PvP. So my first two are very versatile between leveling, raiding, and just PvP. So it's just gonna be like all fun for me at the beginning, hopefully. And
I think both of them are gonna pump. Actually, even in PvE, I think they're both going to be very good. Hunter, maybe more so than Rogue by 25. I think Rogue's still going to be competitive. But someone's got a question for yourself. If you could change anything with Rogue, that with what we know at the moment, what would it be?
Oh, great question, Jake. The biggest flaw in Rogue always in Classic World of Warcraft is the lack of sustained AoE, like even just cleave. So I think eventually we're going to get something like a Fan of Knives or anything that deals with that issue. But that is the one reason why rogues are generally thought of in like dungeon cleave groups as the weakest class for leveling dungeons, or the weakest class or just a weaker version of warriors for raiding. I think that's really what rogues are missing. In PvP, there's like, you can do anything as a rogue. And now they solved, if someone gets out of range, you can range kidney shot them. So the only thing I think that's really missing for rogue, or the main thing, is definitely going to be some sort of AoE.
And what do you think about poisons having charges?
I think I think that might change. I think poisons also have like an annoying duration, and they run out of charges before you even hit the duration. I'm so used to it that I don't have like a problem with it. I think it's a quality of life thing, but it's like an insignificant quality of life thing. It would be nice if they change it, but I don't have like a longing for them to make it better.
Have you got any intentions of playing in Venom though? Because I mean that's the only sort of play style / spec, however you want to word it. I think that's the only one that really would have issues with poison charges. Less so. I'm not calling it combat rogue. Less so if you was going to go outlaw rogue, because that's what they're trying to do. So
I intriguingly think outlaw is specifically PvP, combat is PvE, and so is like a dagger. So you have mutilate, or you have dagger, like another dagger build that goes in Venom. But in Venom is like kind of necessary almost no matter what. Because right now you don't have another good option outside of Deadly Brew, which means your instant poison can be on both weapons, and you'll hit with the other poison, deadly poison. Why is that hard to think of right now? So I think in Venom is really solid. I think it's a cool addition to the game. Even if in some of the builds right now you're not even using it, you kind of pick it up just because you can, or it's like that rune right now. There's nothing else that's really solid in the slot just yet.
Yeah. I mean, I feel obviously we'll get into all the rogue runes, but yeah, I feel the same about two of them, potentially. Chest and legs. I don't think there's that much customization is there for a rogue. Like you said, it's like if you're gonna tank, you use these three. If you're gonna be a dagger combat style rogue, you use these three. It is very set in stone. But yeah, we'll get into that. Cool. Go. Anything?
Yeah, a couple more things with Rogue really quick before we dive into the runes. The combo points, should they stay like they were? Should they change to where you can swap targets and have the same combo points? And energy regen, Should it stay the same as it was, or should it be like the steady energy regen?
I personally love the energy regen of rogues, having it be on like a timer, like a tick.
Yeah.
I love that because it increases your DPS as a good rogue to time things out really well. And importantly, there's things like if you can use like a slice and dice like a second before you're going to connect with the next mobs, and you want to like time the tick right as you are able to use your first Sinister Strike. Or now that we don't know how this is going to work, but Wind Fury, if you played on Horde, the way Wind Fury works is every time it procs, it resets your main hand weapon swing. I don't know why that was so hard for me to say. So what you need to do was time your weapon swing and your energy regen so that you use abilities right after your main hand hits. Because if you didn't, technically you would lose out on a weapon swing. And this was a small thing that added up to be like probably like 130 DPS towards the end. And that's like the difference between maybe a 98 and a 99. You could get 99s no matter what, but like definitely the difference between being like in one of the top 50 rogues in the world or top 10 rogues in the world. And I really hope that aspect stays, because I think that adds like a really nice flavor to the class where you're consistently having like a little bit more of like a rhythm than most classes don't really have like an intricate rotation. So your rotation isn't what's like the biggest part of your attention. It's just like being used to your rhythm. So energy, I want to stay. Combo points is so annoying.
Yep.
Oh my god, that was a good one. I forgot about that, and I'm literally leveling a rogue right now. Yeah, combo points is really annoying. It's something that I'm used to, but also very much annoyed by. So hopefully, I would prefer for combo points to change. I think that's like it's so antiquated and annoying, and especially for PvP. Like, yeah. So please change combo points. But if you don't, I won't be super mad. But like, I'd be pretty tight.
Scotty had a good take on combo points for Feral Druid. What was that one, Scotty?
Yeah, so no,
It was like
it's
if you
more,
get a
more or less
killing-
what Sar's saying. So, like, I agree that combo points should stick to the target until you acquire a combo or generate a combo point on a new target. But I also think that they should stay with a target when it's dead. So when the target dies, you can slice and dice off the corpse, and you can do that in cat.
That would be huge.
Well, it'd be huge for Rogue and Feral, because once you've got Savage Roar, and you kill a mob, or you're, if you fight, it's less punishing to switch to an ad, because you can switch to the ad. The ad dies, you've still got the combo points on it. You can Savage Roar before you switch back to the boss. So obviously the same would apply to Rogue by refreshing Slice and Dice. So if they was going to change combo points, I'd like them to change it to the Kata version of combo points. So yes, it would stay on the target, but also they're not lost on death.
Would you then have to like store your 5 combo points on the last trash pack, the last mob of the pack,
Yeah,
and
you
have
could do
that
that
killed
before
near
the
the boss? So then
You already need to, though, right? Like you already right now, what you do is like in speed or anything is like you stack a couple combo points towards the end of something, and then you use like even if you have a ton of time left on Savage Roar or Slice and Dice, you use that to have a full version of it, and like then you just like kind of move and don't use your energy, so that the next trash pack or the next pull or the next boss, you can actually open up with as much damage. So I think this would solve a lot of the issues that some people face, is like having them stay dead and have those combo points stay on there, and even just the aspect of, if I want to change target to kick something and then go back to my main target, I don't lose all of my combo points, even with the mouse over. Like, that's the worst feeling. And they're adding mechanics to the raids, so like that's gonna be so frustrating. It's like, I don't want to be the person assigned to kick, because I'm gonna lose a ton of damage.
Yeah, 100% agree. And in return, in terms of energy as well, I actually think the old tick system, I'm not going to say it makes everyone a better player, because there's no way you can do that. But it makes good players, vigilant players, better players. Because at the moment in Wrath, like you're just spamming Shred or you're spamming Sinister Strike or whatever, you've got no regard for how much energy you've actually got. Whereas in Vanilla with the tick system, or even TBC with a tick system, right, on my next tick I'll be able to use this. But do I want to use that? Or do I wait for one more tick so I can use this? Like it's like playing chess. You're always thinking a couple of moves in advance to know how best to spend your energy. And obviously, as a an ex-feral main, I'll consider myself now. I know that all too well.
Threw him to the trash. Goodbye, ferals.
It's a shame because I am looking forward to feral, but it's going to be my third character. So it'll be mage first, then paladin, then feral. Sorry, it's gonna be my third character, but it's gonna be mage, then shaman, then feral, and then I'm going alliance with paladin.
Not paladin. Yeah.
Well, I'm horde first, so it's gonna be. I'm gonna have 3 characters on horde, then go alliance.
Fair enough. I don't even know what I'm supposed to go horde or alliance. I should really be paying attention to that stuff. I've just been trying to make as many videos as I can.
No. What would your preference be, though, if you got to choose? Would it be horde or alliance?
I think alliance would be better because I think paladins are just so strong with blessings. Like, I think blessings are so incredibly powerful. But I think shaman, I think most people enjoy horde more. Like, I rolled horde in original classic, and I prefer horde just because of Wind Fury. But now that Wind Fury is not exclusive, I think alliance is just a better choice objectively if you're like to look at it from like a min-max speedrun perspective, specifically because paladins have bubble, which is the best ability in the game for grouping up mobs. So you would be able to like rocket boot bubble and everything would stay super grouped, and then everyone would run in now that everyone has cleave and kill it. But that's like my min-max perspective. I think I do want to play a ret paladin now. It looks really fun. So, but like I think my friends are all going to go horde, I'm pretty sure, which I'm not upset by at all. I think it's going to be fun. So my preference, maybe I've just been used to playing alliance in classic.
My preference is actually alliance. I'm going horde because there's a lot of people that I do want to play with, like Go, Table, Griff, all the guys that I play with on NA that want to be horde, really. So it's like, all right, well, because I don't really care, even though my preference would be alliance. I'm not like, I have to play alliance. I'll play either. It doesn't really matter to me. I think horde will actually feel better for me because like alliance, I've played for the last 20 years. It's only actually it's only in Wrath where I've really played horde, and obviously I've had my times throughout the last 20 years where our guild would faction change or with whatever, there'd been small stints as horde, but now we're just talking at max level. Actually, in terms of leveling characters, I've only done a handful of horde characters. They've always been alliance, so it is going to actually feel even better, I suppose, because I'm going to be not only lost in the fact of trying to find runes, I'm going to be lost in the fact of not even knowing where I'm going anyway.
You're going to be literally lost.
Yeah. People will be like, why are you in Silithus, man? You're level 4. I don't know the horde quests.
That's going to be great. It's such a fun experience. Like, I keep leveling alliance for hardcore. Like, all of my hardcore characters have been alliance. And it's interesting because back in original classic, all I was used to was leveling characters as horde, so it was a fully new experience. So now it's going to be very nostalgic. I haven't leveled a horde in a long time. It's going to be weird, like not going to Darkshore, which is like so much experience, right?
Well, I remember watching because I remember watching your rogue videos, and like if you were stood in Orgrimmar or whatever, because you was a rogue when you was a rogue main, you was horde, wouldn't you? I'm trying to think now. You was a troll rogue, weren't you?
I was the undead rogue.
Yeah,
with Thunder Fury, no big deal.
I wanted to say undead because I thought you was undead, but then I thought no, surely he would have gone troll.
It was purely for PvP. Like I didn't even think I was gonna be raiding. And then like it happened to be like I leveled really fast and we were doing the server first like MC clear, and I was like, I guess I'm in. And then I got invited to that guild, and then I was like, I guess I'm gonna learn to raid, and someone showed me how to get good at the game instead of being garbage. And then I was like, I guess I'm gonna get really good at the game now.
Whoever that was, could you get them to talk to Go as well for me, please?
It was a private server player named Savesso. He was shout out to the legend. He like fully changed the way I perceived the game, and I started thinking about min-maxing things, and he's just awesome. And now I really like that aspect of the game, is like how much can I get out of my character? What can I do more in every situation? Yeah.
Well, I personally hope we start seeing rogue videos from you again, because I used to enjoy your rogue videos. Yeah, no, honestly, Because a rogue is a class that no matter what expansion I'm playing, I will always have a rogue. Yeah, it'll never be my main,
Yes.
but I will always have a rogue. So yeah, having somewhere where I can just quickly watch a video and be like, all right, cool, I'll just do what he says. That's fine. You know, that's
I'm
what
gonna convince you to be a rogue main.
You
Hopefully.
could
We'll
for
see.
PvP. You definitely could.
Yeah.
You could convince me for PvP, but man, I'm so set on mage. I just can't wait to see how the healing style changes over the course of the game. It's just too exciting.
Yeah, it's gonna be a blast.
The OG boomies for Classic WoW that inspired me was Wooey. Shout out Wooey and Prefox. Like
Prefox got you?
Dude, Prefox got me, dude. He's like sitting there pumping, blasting in Nax, and I was like, yeah, that looks fun as shit.
Yeah, I'm doing that. That's like the best. It's the best feeling, and like to love a class and to like. I feel like you don't really get that nearly as much now. Like in TBC, I played Hunter. I did love Hunter, but it didn't feel like. I don't know. I didn't feel like as much class identity as I did to Rogue back in the day. And like when I first started, I was only making Rogue videos, right? And so like to love that and feel that is very much to Classic. So I think now you're a boomy for life. So Prefox got you and Wooey.
Yeah.
But no, I'm the same. Like I always, whenever I'm on any, even though like now really, I'm probably. More people know me as a paladin than a druid nowadays, but, you know, I've spent, out of 20 years of WoW, 19 years of those has been as a druid. You know, it's only been on Wrath where I've been a paladin. But I still hate the fact that I look at other druids and I'm like, man, I could re-roll today. You know, like, it's...
I want to do that. I could do that.
And that's why it sucks, you know, with vanilla, that it is going to be, you know, there's two classes ahead of it for me. But that is more, you know, we've got Table Slam, who's obviously, he makes content, you know, he's a very, very, very good feral. We've got Airness, who, like, Airness is a very, very good feral. So we've already got two, you know, that there's just no point me even considering it. But yeah, let's face it, it's level 25, man. We're probably going to level them all.
That's what I was thinking. I was like, it literally is one play session. If you're like at the beginning, the first week, it's going to be like, I'll have 3 characters up the first week. I could easily get up in the first, like, I don't know, 20 hours. I don't even know. Someone actually in retail right now, or in Classic era on hardcore, has reached level 53 or 54 in 20 hours from the start.
That's insane.
That's absolutely mental. I mean, I'm sat
It's an
here
army
like,
of
if I do it in like 18 hours, like 16, 18 hours to 25, I'll be happy with that.
Yeah, it'd be great. That would be very, very, especially if you're like just playing and enjoying it and stuff, and you're not like having an entire army of people mob tagging for you and stuff. Like, yeah, you'll have I think that'll be an awesome time.
Yeah, that's my aim.
You just made me think about some stuff that I've seen in hardcore, and that's like turn-in quests. Are there any turn-in quests that we're going to be able to do at 25 to farm the mats for that we can turn in on our journey to 40 that you know?
I think so. I'm pretty sure Blizzard is privy to all of that sort of stuff. It used to be like the best thing to do is stack all of your quests and then be ready to turn them in on your way up to the next level bracket. For some reason, and this isn't like I don't actually have any insider info or anything, it's just I feel like they're not going to want you to do that. I think there's going to be some sort of discouragement to do something like that. So I think it takes away a little bit to just sit there and turn in a quest on repeat to instantly get a level in 4 minutes. I think they're going to stop it, but I don't think there's anything yet at this level that you can do, but I don't think it'll be in the game.
So I do wonder if we're going to start obviously like seeing maybe some new quest rewards that we don't even know about yet. Because I feel like that NPC that they added in Booty Bay, where you can buy back the loofah and all of that, you know, I wonder if that has something to do with it, where it's like, well, for those of you that then do the quests at 25 to hand in, when the rewards change, when it comes out to level 40, you could get the old ones or the new ones, whatever way around it would work. I don't know. I agree with you. I don't know. Again, I don't know. I've not heard anything, but I feel like it's so basic now that you're gonna, you know, that we stack quests and we try and find items that begin quests and like, be ready to get like 2-3 levels straight away. that I think it will be discouraged in some way. And I think it's already technically discouraged just on the basis that you already run out of quests. You know, like, so on the basis that you're going to do 25 quests at level 25, that you're not going to get XP from then when you're actually grinding and getting the mob XP at the same time. Do you know what I mean? Like in between the quests.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know how it would work out.
People are going to try it. They map out. I mean, there's always spreadsheets on exactly which 20 or 25 quests are the exact highest amount of XP. And you'll do the craziest things, like start a new character that would get, like, in TBC to Wrath, you would get Magtheridon's head on like a new character, and also make sure it gets fully bisque gear and never turn it in and stuff like that. I don't think we're going to see that level of it, but hopefully, I'm hopeful that Blizzard actively publicly discourages that in some sort of way, so that you don't do these quests that like might end up giving you a rune or a new weapon or something on the way up to 40.
Well, because I'm not that sad, fortunately, Sarf. My paladin, has not handed in, but has got the quests already. You know, the items completed and all that in the bag. The Nax, the EOE key from Nax, the reply code alpha from Algalon. I've already got all those stacked up, not handed in. Like, fuck the rewards.
Just ready to go. Yeah.
Anixia's head. I've still not handed in Anixia's head. Like, I've just got all of them, just in case. Because I've done it from
and
CBC
now you have to plan.
Wrath.
Yeah, you have to plan your route too. It's like, all right, I'll start here, turn in these, fly here, hearth here, or get ported here, and then turn in everything so that you're level 81 and a half in 19 minutes.
Yeah. I'm hoping they just put a stop to it completely. Like that would be awful anyway. And that's going to take away.
Yeah.
What if there's a rune that you'd get at 26 and you skip the quest, because you've like bypassed a part of the zone or
you feel bad,
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm hopeful. I'm excited though. I'm definitely excited for I'm excited for the idea of this like discovery. Like, you don't know. Like, I feel like every time you see on Twitter or in a Blizzard, someone from Blizzard, like maybe Agron or something, and like comes into a chat, is like, you really just, so you don't know. Like, we don't know a lot of the things that are going to happen, and I think it's going to change pretty quickly.
Yeah. And also the fact that, there'll be times when you're leveling where there'll be certain quests or areas you skip because you're like, I ain't going there. Like, that's a pain in the ass. Where now you're going to be like, maybe I should get a group together and go and do those quests. Because what's there? Like, yeah. All right, let's start with the classes because people are going to start writing. But that was a nice little quick intro. We like to do those. Where would you like to start, Sarf? You're the guest, so would you like to start with Rogue or Hunter?
Let's go back to our roots. Let's start with Rogue.
Okay.
It's just that's like my first videos were just like Rogue guides.
Let's do Rogue. So how we normally do this is we get Go to do all the reading, and then we do all the rest of the talking because it just seems to work out really well. And we get to hear Go mispronounce every word in at least 4 or 5 sentences a minute.
Oh,
that makes me so happy.
These runes are the ones that.
These are good ones. The Rogue ones are good. I mean, yesterday, Sarf, when we had Crix here and we was talking about Mage, when you cast. When you do regen and get beacons up, then you get tangled causality, don't you? So yeah, you do reduce damage with fire and frost. He literally read it out as tangled casualty, and I lost my shit.
It's a go. As someone who has dyslexia, reading these runes out loud on stream is the most frustrating thing ever.
It really is.
So I love that you're going to be doing this for us.
Which one are we doing first? Legs, gloves, chest.
Sarf, where do
you
want
get to choose?
Oh, all right, go.
You're in the pain point.
Let's do the, which one is it on the right? The legs.
Yeah, you don't want to do the gloves, do you?
Moves.
You don't want,
definitely not gloves first.
That main Gookie.
Gauche.
I thought, it's not. You don't even say the N. It's mangosh.
Mangosh.
Yeah,
I'm not gonna remember that.
my French, because I got called out on it like 1,000 times. Because I was like, I don't know, main gauche, you know. And then like a bunch of people, it's like mangoche or yeah,
Main
like
gouch.
that.
Main gouch is exactly how I would read it. You know, if I was reading it,
Yep.
I would call it. I'd say main gouch. Yeah, go on. All
It
right,
is
go
what
on,
it
go.
is.
Between the eyes. I
All
think
right.
some of these
Yeah,
rogue
yeah.
ones will be quite quick.
Yeah.
I just gotta find the right text to read. We've got a ranged finishing move that causes damage per combo point increased by attack power and stuns the target. So 1 point, 1 second stun, all the way up to 5 points being a 5-second stun. And it shares the cooldown with Kidney Shot.
Can you imagine if it didn't?
Yeah, I know. I mean, yeah, because rogues need more stuns.
That was really, really smooth, by the way.
Oh, yeah? Thank you.
So great work.
Thank you. Nobody ever compliments me on that, so thank you.
No one ever compliments you on this podcast. That is
Yeah, I don't know how to
that
feel
is
about
a
that.
first. You've made him feel really uncomfortable now, Sarf. Look at what you've done. He's not here to receive compliments. He's here for balance.
Yeah, I'm the bouncing board of jokes and stuff, yeah.
Yeah, who was it? Was it Kat? When April Kit Kat was on here, and I was like, she was like, "Oh, I'd never be horrible to go." I was like, "Trust me, by the end of this podcast, you will." And she actually did then say something to you.
Yeah, it was like 45 minutes later, she was in on the jokes against me. I was like, oh, okay. That's
Like I
cool.
see how it is.
Yeah, I thought we were fellow druids, but I guess not.
You
So
gotta
what
just
do you
know
think
your
about
place.
this,
I
though?
get it.
Sarf, what's your thoughts
Um,
between the eyes?
Between the Eyes is a awesome PvP rune. This is so good. It literally is Kidney Shot, but now your Kidney Shot has a range and it even hits for damage, right? Because Kidney Shot usually doesn't hit for any damage, and you don't even have Kidney Shot at level 25. So making this an actual ranged Kidney Shot is so crazy good for PvP. The biggest flaw in Rogue, even at level 60, is if you run out of any gap closer, you can just get kited forever, indefinitely. There's nothing you can do. It's over. And a lot of people that happened to in the Makarov duel tournament. This fully changes that. Like this and the other ones we'll talk about, but this is like your PvP rune. Technically, you can also use it as a PvE rune because you won't have anything else in this slot potentially for some of the specs. But this is a really good one. It is reminiscent of Outlaw. Outlaw? Is that what it's called?
Outlaw, yeah, Outlaw.
Yeah, Outlaw Rogue in retail, but I think it's really cool. This is like one of the ones I get really excited about.
It's actually one of my favorite rogue playstyles ever. By the way, is an Outlaw Rogue. I would always, since
Really?
Roll the Bones was one of the most epic finishing abilities that they ever put in the game. Like full stop.
You just re-roll all the time, and then you casually get a god roll where you have every single buff, and you're like, I'm insane.
Yeah, and it had only happened once a week, but that one time it happened, you was like, quick, make a video, clip this. People need to see me pump. Like, it was just, so good. And I'd love to see something that RNG based in vanilla, you know, especially where combo points are valuable. And they, you know, you're not generating ridiculous amounts of combo points like retail. So can you imagine having to, you use Roll the Bones and you're like, fuck, you know, what a waste. I could have just done an Eviscerate, you know, or, you know. Out of interest, like you've probably looked into Rogue a hell of a lot more than me, obviously. So how does Between the Eyes actual damage weigh up against Eviscerate? Any idea?
You would never use it over Eviscerate. Well, technically, you wouldn't even really use Eviscerate. Like, I mean, you would. You wouldn't use this over Eviscerate, essentially, right? It has a cooldown. Eviscerate doesn't. Eviscerate's going to hit harder, but this adds the stun. So you'd use this in leveling. It would be a very solid one in leveling, but it's mostly a PvP rune. Or, like, you can also use it to interrupt, which I think is going to be a very, very powerful thing. But mostly at 25 in PvE, you most likely are going to be running something like the third rune that we're going to talk about in a second. So this is leveling really good, PvP really good, open world or an interrupt also pretty decent.
So you mentioned it has a cooldown. It's a 20-second cooldown, which, correct me if I'm wrong, is like the DR reset for PvP, right? Like you use an ability like a stun, and then after 20 seconds from that stun, you can then get the 5-second stun again.
Full duration again.
If you do it within that 20 seconds, then it's half DR'd, right?
I think the actual No, I think that's for like DR, but the actual CD of Between the Eyes, I believe, is the same as Kidney Shot, which I think is 6 seconds. Somebody definitely will be able to correct me on that. I just can't think on the top of my head. So I think the actual CD of it, like literally just replaces Kidney Shot, but also does damage, which is
20
like
seconds.
It's
Or it
20,
says
yeah.
it's 20. It does say 20 seconds.
Oh, the whole time. Oh, well, in that case, then Kidney Shot is wrecked. Well, you would just move in between. So that, yeah, you wouldn't use this as like a normal finisher then. Either way.
What would have
And
been
then
really interesting, like just, you know, and again, this is me just coming at it from a perspective where I don't think there's a lot of choice. It would have been nice if Between the Eyes done, let's say, it done double damage to a target that's immune to stun. You know, so in PvE, like as in boss encounters, you could use it once every 20 seconds. You could use it as an actual damaging finisher, because you know, otherwise, yeah, like you've said, outside of open world and PvP and stuff like that, it's just not going to get used.
Yeah, it is. I think it's going to be nice in leveling, but it's mostly PvP. But it's a really, really good PvP rune. That's like
amazing.
It's like really cool.
Yeah, the range 20 yards. What do you think about the range and a 35 energy cost? That seems pretty cheap to me, but I don't really know
Super cheap.
finishing costs of energy. Yeah, that seems kind of nice.
It is. It's not very expensive. That's great, right? It is the same energy cost as Eviscerate. So it's the same energy cost as like basically a standard finisher. And it is, so it's very, very free to use ish. The range 20 yards is pretty big yard range. It's pretty solid. Like you're getting this range stun on people, and it is like, also I guess you would use it in a PvE situation if like a mob was running away and like you needed to get the snipe the kill or something, you could use this. But yeah, I think it's a really good rune. This is like one of my most exciting runes for, like, there's one rune that I'm super excited for PvE, and this is one of the ones I'm most excited for PvP.
Yeah, I'm the same. Quick shot. Well, you know, for PvP, quick shot and Between the Eyes together. Oh,
yeah,
just so good.
Crazy. Yeah.
All right, so
Yeah,
Blade. Sorry, go on. I'm gonna grab a beer anyway.
I was thinking exactly what Table Slam put in the chat. He's like, in PvP, you could use it on the target that is fully DR'd. Like you could cheap shot somehow, right? Like cheap shot vanish, cheap shot or something. Get like a third DR, like War Stomp. Can rogues be Tauren? Can Tauren be rogues?
No, unfortunately not.
Oh, okay. All right, but yeah, you just like waste like short, quick stuns on a target to get it DR'd, and then like use that for the double damage if it happened to be like Scotty was saying. If the target can't be stunned. Yeah, I immediately thought of that. Like Table and I, we're always on the same wavelength. But we've got Blade Dance, another finishing move, another rune. Finishing move that increases your parry chance, lasts longer, and grants more parry chance per combo point. So 1.6%, 2.7, 3.8, 4.9, 5.10. And the duration, right? Oh, yeah. So the duration, it's 14, and then it adds 4 seconds each point, up to 30 seconds for 5 points.
Mm-hmm. This is your tanking finisher, but it's not even a finisher you need to use every time if you're tanking. And from like current testing, the first 3 bosses don't even hit you nearly hard enough for you to need to ever use this. It adds 10% avoidance, which is pretty significant, but I think it's going to be necessary for the later bosses if the bosses are harder. But in all honesty, you're going to mostly, probably even then, maybe run with something else. But as a tank, this is like purely for tanking. Like this is like just gives you 10% parry. It's pretty easy.
Do you think it, like, so I don't know what your thoughts on the actual spec as in talent wise that you would go, but I feel like, you know, at level 25, you know, keeping this up purely just for extra uses of riposte could be potentially pretty good.
Yeah,
you know,
so
a very low energy, hard hitting ability.
As a tank, 1,000,000%, right? Like you'll be riposting all the time. As a like normal leveling situations, I don't think it's worth it to waste the combo points on something like this, although it could be. It absolutely could be, because Slice and Dice has such a short duration at this level. Like if you were about to kill a mob and you're leveling and you're switching, like running between the two, you could then throw up Blade Dance and run to the next mob and have a higher chance to be able to riposte and keep going. So it definitely could be very useful in leveling, and yeah, it definitely could be useful. But for tanking, it's nice because like you're pretty much going to be able to riposte off CD, which is only 10 energy, and it hits super hard, 150% weapon damage, and it disarms. Like riposte is great. That's like you're just going to macro it into all of your abilities because it's just going to pop off all the time.
So if Blizzard are as logical as I try to be, sometimes I'm not. Sometimes I'm very illogical. But looking at these leg runes, you would kind of assume that Blade Dance is actually going to be the first one that you get, because it is for tanks. So if they're wanting rogues to be able to tank dungeons on the way up, it's like you would expect to get this fairly early. 13, 14, maybe 15 latest. So if it was the first one you got, I suppose then you've not really got much options, have you? Like if you had to guess out of the three, which would be the first that you unlocked for legs, like which one would you assume it would be?
I mean, it couldn't
during
be Venom,
leveling,
right?
yeah, it wouldn't. I think during leveling, I think the first one you would experience. I don't think this would easily like ever be one of your first runes you get, but the first one you would get for this would probably be Between the Eyes. It might be Blade Dance, but I think Between the Eyes would like be the one. It just seems thematically more of like giving you something to do damage wise is like always inherently feels good. It like feeds you serotonin, and that's like what they want, right? It's like like that's what they're thinking about in Classic right now is like what's gonna feel good and get you excited. It's like hitting another attack.
Yeah, pressing one more button.
Yeah, instead of like now I can dodge you slightly more, parry.
Yeah, the only reason I would say I think Blade Dance is going to be early, as I say, it is because specifically for rogues, which we will get into when we start talking about tank rogue in particular, you're shafted so fucking hard as a rogue when it comes to tanking, when you've got to use all 3 rune slots potentially to tank, whereas like Warlock, just the glove rune, that'll do me, I'm ready. I'll take anything else now, it don't matter.
Overpowered rune ever. Metamorphosis is wild. It's just like this rune does everything for you.
But even for prop paladins, it's like you just bang the glove rune on, you're good to tank. It's like shaman to a certain extent, 1 but 2 for mana. But like rogue, when you look at it, it's like wow. So actually to be a good tank, I need all 3 tanking options on my rune slots, which is been my one criticism of what they've done with rogues. I feel like they could have almost took all 3 runes and put them onto one slot and gone, there you go. That now all you've got to use is that glove rune and you can tank as good as, well, maybe not as good as a Warlock, maybe better, who knows. But, now you can be a tank with that one slot.
Yeah, I think an interesting thing about rogue tanking is like with world buffs and the current runes we have right now, I'm pretty sure you can hit 102% avoidance permanently. So rogue tanks are going to scale really well. They're going to need to be nerfed. It's like literally going to have to be. But it is an interesting one. Like you don't have cleave 2, which makes you pretty much purely going to be like a boss tank. And are you going to be stronger boss tank than like a feral druid who takes a significantly less damage? Will be interesting to see.
Yeah, and we only know 25. So like who knows?
Exactly.
Who knows what's coming? All right, so the last one, go if you want to read it out. Is Envenome.
Oh my gosh! Before I do that, Kazium, sorry we missed it a little bit ago. Thank you for the super chat. They said I think the leveling phases will limit boosting. That was a little bit ago, so. Sorry we missed that, but
thank you.
Yeah. Boosting. Will it?
I'd imagine they'll put the anti-boosting mechanics in, wouldn't they?
I hope not, dude.
Yes, I think they will, right? Like where you have like someone way higher level, just making you get to the new levels. I think they'll have that within the game.
Yeah, like the XP thing, but hopefully not like the mob stunning stuff. I hate it.
Yeah, I don't like that for people who actually genuinely want to solo things. But yeah, the disparity in level where it affects XP, 100%. Well, I'm not saying 100% like I know, but I would guess it will be there.
Yeah.
All right, we've got Envenom. I hope I said that right.
No, it's
finishing move.
Envenome.
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 What if I just read it backwards? Manevni. All right, finishing move that deals instant poison damage based on your deadly poison doses on the target, which I think is what, 1 to 5?
Yep.
Like doses? Okay. Following the envenom attack, you have a 75% increased frequency of applying instant poison for 1 second, plus an additional 1 second per combo point. 1 dose is activated per combo point. 1 dose, some amount of damage. 5 doses, a bigger amount of damage.
Yes. And it's important to note that that bigger amount of damage is also like has the little multiplier. But the big thing on Envenom is like Envenom gives you this buff after you use it. So it's your new finishing move where you replace Eviscerate if you're using Envenom. And it gives you this buff that makes your next, like, or while ever you have that buff up, so like 5 seconds from 5 combo points, you will be proccing your poisons more often, mainly the instant poison. Well, yeah, instant poison. So like that will be proccing more often. And also then in turn, it procs like Deadly Brew more often. So it's nice. In Wrath of the Lich King, you always want to like semi-maximize that buff. It's not like ridiculously essential, but it is a cool thing. It replaces your finisher, which is Eviscerate, with a different finisher that is just going to be like more damage output.
Yeah, I mean, I like Envenom. The thing I'm going to find very strange, and unless like the data mining isn't 100% accurate, when we actually get to Mutilate, it's interesting that Mutilate doesn't require daggers.
I think that's going to change, but I also agree because I think it's going to change because it is so weird that it doesn't, right? Like I think it's going to change.
Did you play a rogue at BlizzCon? Did you go on a rogue at BlizzCon?
Yeah, but I didn't try Mutilate without daggers. I didn't see that. Like I tried the Mutilate build, I tried normal combat build, and then I tried tanking. And all of them felt good. The best one for me felt like Backstab. Like the Backstab rune when we get there is just so crazy. That rune by itself is just so good. But I didn't try it without daggers. So because I just didn't notice. I never thought of it.
Well, no, you see Mutilate and you think, I'll put my daggers on. Literally,
as
soon as you read it. But it's going to be cool to actually, I assume what you're thinking at the moment is you're going to use Envenom even if you was like combat swords or whatever. Envenom is going to be your finisher, which it's quite strange to use even Envenom without having daggers equipped. That is slightly out of the ordinary. I mean, maybe not for like current retail, I don't know. But for as long as I've played a rogue throughout the expansions, you would envenom with daggers because you would be mutilating ordinarily.
Yeah, I mean, interestingly, at level 25, a lot of the times you're just spending your combo points purely on either slice and dice or like something like a rupture too. But yeah, it is weird being able to even envenom with swords. Like it doesn't track with like the class fantasy that's happened in other versions of the game.
Yeah, that's cool. So out of the 3, I mean, you think they've all got a use, haven't they? Like it's not like you look at any of them and you're just not going to use that. You're talking like Between the Eyes PvP, Blade Dance, Tank, or even Between the Eyes leveling, just general open world stuff, and Envenom, just PvE. For most specs?
Yeah, for most specs, yeah. And there's like some specs like that rune just doesn't really see much use. But yeah, that Envenom's like pretty much PvE.
Cool. We will build some actual specs for Rogue before we move on to Hunter. What runes you'd use with what and like potential talent choices. But next runes, where do you want to go? Go?
To the chest.
You're doing your best to not do main gauche.
I'm hoping my internet dies randomly before we get to it.
Go on then. Deadly Brew. Oh, the chest runes are solid, man, actually.
Deadly Brew grants several improvements to your poisons. When you inflict any other poison on your target, you also inflict deadly poison. If your weapon does not have a poison applied, it has a chance to trigger instant poison as if instant poison were applied. Deadly poison and instant poison now gain increased damage from your attack power.
Yeah, so this one's really good. This one's great. It pretty much means like you want like poisons, or the crazy thing is like the most recent addition was if your poison does not have a poison applied, it has a chance to trigger instant poison as if that was applied. That part means you can use sharpening stones, which was never really the case for rogues beforehand. And the early simulations, the early ideas were you'd use a sharpening stone in one weapon and then a poison in the other. And now in every aspect, if you're using Deadly Brew, you can use 2 sharpening stones, which is 4% hit in BFD, and that's so good for rogues.
So has that changed, or has it been like that all the time? The fact that Deadly Poison and Instant Poison gain increased damage from your attack power, is that a recent addition, or has it been like that all the time?
Yep, that's a scaling thing. It's a newer thing. It is there was like different versions of the game had different versions of rogues, but now that's a new thing.
Rune. No, I mean that actual rune. As that like, I'm trying to think back to when I put the rogue video out. Has it always read like that?
Nope. The original version of the rune, I have it pulled up. I can pull it up because I have a screenshot. It was when you inflict any other poison on a target, you also inflict deadly poison. That was literally it.
Yeah, that was it. Yeah, because like since the last time I looked at Rogue, that bit's been added. Because I'm now like, hang on. So you have to use Deadly Brew for your poisons to scale from attack power, which almost makes this rune mandatory for the vast majority of playstyles as a rogue.
It makes it a lot better, yeah. So the rune below, or there's one more rune in that same slot that also is relatively competitive, but that makes this rune a lot better. It is really good. AP scaling, and also like those are 2 changes that are 2 buffs, literally 2 buffs to the one rune.
Yeah, I mean that's bonkers. Yeah, I mean I kind of had a suspicion / knew that rogue poisons were going to scale with attack power, but I didn't notice that it was actually attached to this rune, which I got to admit I kind of don't like. Like I feel like the poisons should scale from attack power as baseline and not require a rune, because that's so strong. That is so strong that like it. I don't know. I don't think it should be a rune. It should just be baked into the poisons.
It very much forces you in a lot of situations to run this rune, because of like everything scaling with attack power just feels really strong. I mean, we don't know exactly what the scaling percentage is. We might from data mining, but it does feel it makes this rune like kicks the backstab rune's power to the curb, kind of. So both of those changes are big, but that one in general, I wish also was just like kind of a natural thing for poisons.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Oh, but the next one though, the next one Go's going to enjoy reading on Just a Flesh. Oh, it's not as big as I was hoping.
Oh,
that's what she said.
Yeah, I had to say it. All right, Just a Flesh Wound. I tried to say it how you would say it, Scotty. I probably failed. Wound.
I mean, I've never heard myself personally talk like that, but. We'll go with it, mate. I was going to say something else. I was going to say something else at the end, but then realised I'm live and I should probably leave that bit out in case I cause offence. But when we're finished, I'll let you know what I was going to say.
All right. Gain the Just a Flesh Wound ability. You take 20% reduced physical damage while Blade Dance is active. Additionally, you have 6% reduced chance to be critically hit by melee attacks. The threat generated by all your actions is massively increased. And your feint ability is replaced with Tease, which taunts the target to attack you. Taunts? Oh, no, that's just the thing. The Tease bit at the bottom.
So this is your primary DPS rune.
Exactly. Yeah. It always increases your damage for you to take less damage. That's basically what it is.
Fact. So rogue, go. If you play a rogue at any point, just make sure you're always PvE in as a DPS with this. All right.
Okay. All right. I like to tease my targets.
You'll be crit capped basically. You won't be crit by the enemies, so that's good. Make sure you run it right.
What do you think about it, Saf? Before I give my thoughts, like,
the interesting thing is because of this rune, the way that it gives you 20% physical damage reduction with Blade Dance active hurts, because it means you have to use the other rune slot for Blade Dance and you have to keep that up. Making you Crit immune is like every single tank rune that we've seen so far, and the taunt one also is like fine. Instead of reducing, it's just fine. Like it's a tank rune, but like other classes tank runes kind of do more. So it feels like the weakest of the new tanking runes.
Yeah, I feel like it's awful to say, right, you can use this rune, and here's what it does, which is basically 6% reduced. Yeah, so it's giving you crit immunity, more threat, and a taunt. That's it. Like that's it. That's all it's giving you. Then it's like, but if you want 20% reduced damage, which you might not even be able to keep up all the time, you can use this other rune as well. Like that's really shit design. Like,
yep.
I don't get it. There's not another rune in the game where it's like, right, this is what you get, but if you use this other rune as well, you'll get this on top. You know, there's not another rune in the game where it requires you to use a second rune to get part of the bonus from the first rune.
Yeah, by itself, it literally just gives you 6%. Like, it just gives you crit immune and a taunt. Like, by itself, that's it. And, like, obviously increases your threat generation. But, like, it's weird that it requires you to use your other rune and have that other rune currently active at the time to even activate the other 20% damage reduction. So, yeah.
Yeah, they should have been baked together. It's bizarre.
I had already forgot that Blade Dance was one of the first runes. I was looking up. I was like, is this one of the talents in the talent trees? Like, how do you get this? And I was like, oh yeah, it is the other rune.
You literally read it out 15 minutes ago.
Hey. I'm doing a lot behind the scenes, okay? But this seems decent for like Rogue, Flag Carrier, Warsong, Gulch. Even if you have the other rune. I mean, it'd be nice to have the range stun as a Flag Carrier, but 20% reduced physical damage, and you're going to have your parry up activated during that. 6% reduced chance to crit. Yeah. Did Rogues flag carry a lot in Warsong back then, or?
No, even at the 29 bracket, it's mostly realistically like a Feral Druid at the 29 bracket, because 29 was really good. You had a lot of like. You had manual crowd pummeler, you had a lot of movement, there's a lot of things. There definitely is rogues that flag carried and would use like engineering items to get across the map super fast. You would just like slow fall and rocket boot all the way across the map. So it definitely will help for rogue flag carrying for sure. I think it's a viable spec for flag carrying now, especially with sprint, right? Like you have some movement speed and 20% reduced physical damage and 10% parry at the same time, then you pop like an evasion and you are very hard to hit unless someone is using any spells, because you have literally 0% avoidance to all spells basically. So, but like if it's a whole physical group, you're pretty chunky.
Should there be a spell damage reduction on it, like a 10% to add on there for certain bosses maybe, or?
I think this was a conscious decision to make rogues like the best single target tank for very specific fights that are only melee DPS, like Instructor Rezuvius or something.
Yeah, I was going to go as a rough example, but something where it's everything, just pure physical damage.
Mm-hmm. And I think that's like a reference to rogue tanking was in the game already, right? Like you in hardcore, you would literally rogue tank Rezuvius or Patchwork on the opener, and like that's like the actual best way to do it, and you can reach 100% avoidance. So that I think it's like an homage to the class identity there. I think once we get to like real end game, like the later phases, I think they add a lot more things. But right now, we're just level 25, so I think it's not like a detriment. But yeah,
you might end up getting a finishing move that reduces spell damage. You know, so you can have one that's parry, one that's spell. Like they might literally just add finishers, so you can only really excel at one thing at a time. You know, rather than you just getting stronger against everything. That would actually be quite a cool playstyle as well, where you have to really think about what finisher you're using, depending on the type of mob that you're fighting. I mean, I might be thinking about it too much, but
I think Zinth in chat, what you just pinned, Go, is a really, really good take. Is like a lot of the pain points with Blade Dance could easily be fixed if it was just built into Slice and Dice, right? So you only had to maintain one of those and you could use your other abilities. Right now, you have to maintain Blade Dance, Slice and Dice, and then use another finisher if you can. And so, like, still, a lot of your damage as a rogue is from melee damage, no matter what. So, like, you want Slice and Dice up too. So, like, you're just like, it feels bad having to use two finishers that are maintenance and not actually being an ability instead of one.
So
and it would be a lot easier to maintain.
If it was just part of just a flesh wound, where it was like also while using this rune, it modifies Slice and Dice to increase parry rating by blah. Yeah, you know what I mean. So it's actually then you are only having to use the one rune to tank and get a benefit. Yeah, from all of it. I mean, yeah, I agree because I think it's really shit with what they've done with rogues for tanks, but.
And you use it expose armor too, right?
Yeah.
You've got Sunder and Devastate, like, yeah.
And Fairy Fire.
Yeah. Well, those stack.
Yeah.
It's just Sunder and Expose that are exclusive to each other, right? They're not mutually exclusive. Yeah.
And yeah,
Sorry,
I was thinking
Go's
earlier,
trying to make sure he gets a raid spot. He's like, and don't forget Fairy Fire that a Boomy could use.
But that's better, right? Because you still need Fairy Fire, right? That because it's not rogues or warriors that take up that debuff, you always need Fairy Fire. Very important debuff. It's actually really huge.
Yeah.
But Cloak of Shadows was what I was thinking of earlier, and I was looking it up, and there is no Cloak of Shadows for rogues previously. Yet. So yeah, that would be a way that I would think that they would introduce like a magic spell reduction in Season of Discovery.
It would be
be
busted for PvP. Yeah. You would lose their mind if you had Cloak of the Shadows in Classic.
Oh, yeah.
It's a rune at level 50. Not that I've seen some stuff.
Yeah.
All right, where were we at?
Quick draw.
Quick draw. Draw your ranged weapon and fire a quick shot at an enemy, causing normal ranged weapon damage and reducing the target's movement speed by 50% for 6 seconds. Awards 1 combo point. Quick draw benefits from all talents and effects that trigger from or modify Sinister Strike.
I like it.
Yes. It's cool. Yeah. This is another one of the PvP ones, right? Like it's a ranged attack that it like puts up crippling poison, but it's not this crippling poison also isn't just casually a magic that someone could decurse or like use a poison resistance totem or something like, and it's ranged. This thing's crazy for PvP. It's so good. It's really fun. For open world PvP, I would say for open world PvP, I would argue in like a 1v1 situation, if you're like really, one thing you might do is just go with the next rune because you can just do so much damage so quickly. But this thing is really good. I think Quick Draw is really solid. I'm curious what you guys think about it.
I love it, mate. But like I've said, Outlaw all day for me. I think it's great having Quick Draw around between the eyes. So you got a ranged ability, because like let's say even just to use like someone started kiting you, maybe you've just spent your combo points. They start kiting you. You can just do like a couple of quick draws. Boom, between the eyes to close that gap. Like, yeah, I think it's great. I absolutely love that you've got, options. And,
yes,
it's not really about the damage, is it? It's about the fact that you're actually going to do a little bit of damage. You're going to slow them, and the combo point is huge. That is so big to be able to get combo points at range when you're going to have a ranged stun. I'm well excited for open world PvP as a rogue. I think it's going to be it's going to be fun.
It's going to be really fun. It is. And there's like some people that are dooming. Shout out to your guest yesterday, my boy Crix. He's like, Warlock's going to defeat everything. Well, they got nerfed today. Okay, Warlock Metamorphosis, it got nerfed in PvP today where they no longer can fear if they choose to use meta. And Rogue just looks like you're just fixing all of the pain points rogues have in PvP at this level. Like even better.
But it's Crix, man. Like, come on. He was the guy was the guy was literally born with a Void Walker next to him.
He just lives by the Warlock, and I'm like, dude, come on.
I do think he's right though. About like Warlock tanks. Like, I genuinely do. And Fire DPS Warlock. I do think they're going to be super fucking strong. But I'd be interested to see Yeah, well, I'm going rogue for PvP because I purely think it's going to be the strongest open world PvP class. I wouldn't be doing it otherwise, other than the fact, it's just the fun aspect. But yeah, if you like
it's
PvP
so fun
and you're a
sneaking
rogue,
around and then just like deleting people. And then they just can't get away from you now. It's like, oh no, I blinked away. It's like, well, now you've just got range kidney shot. Now I caught back up.
did your lights just go off, or is it me?
I don't know why this camera does that every now and then, but it is I have to.
It was just I looked up and I was like, hang on, what? I was like, is it my eyes? Am I falling asleep?
Some auto focus thing, probably. Yeah. I'll try to make the lights brighter on me. We'll see if this.
It's back to normal again. Yeah, no, it was back to normal.
Yeah.
I just know people want to look at your beautiful face. You know what I mean? It's like
I need to set that up before tomorrow.
It's not enough with just having me. They want both of us.
They're like, there's 2 Scotties and 1 go. Let's go.
That sounds like a very, very, very bad adult video. 2 Scotties, 1 go.
We all saw it in middle school. We can't deny it.
All right, so you've been mentioning this one a lot, Saf. So Slaughter from the Shadows.
Yeah.
Yes, go.
I used to enjoy making level 19 twinks and just getting the strongest ambush possible that I could get. And Slaughter from the Shadows looks like it would be busted for that type of playstyle. So it reduces the energy cost of your backstab and ambush abilities by 20. And then it's got does not apply to abilities learned from other runes. What is all that stuff?
Basically, it doesn't apply to mutilate. That's it. That's basically what it means at the moment.
That's the real, exactly. So like mutilate's gonna still cost 60 energy, whereas backstab and ambush would, instead of costing 60 energy, now cost 40 energy, which is essentially what a Sinister Strike costs. Technically 35, but that's from other talents, and I'm getting ahead of myself. This is really good because right now in PvP, in Classic, if you were open world, unless they were wearing full stamina gear or they were in like full tier 3 tank warrior gear, you could delete someone before they could get out of your initial stuns, as long as you use Thistle Tea. Like, that was it. No matter what, if you're in PvE spec combat rogue, you would delete them like instantly. Now you can do that even faster and more reliably. This thing is going to be so fun for PvP and PvE. This is my favorite rune, although Deadly Brew now looks even cooler because of the what's it called? Because
of AP
the attack power scaling. So Deadly Brew's really cool, but this is like my favorite rune, and just being able to backstab more often and even ambush more often it just feels really, really good. So this rune, really fun. I think they buffed Deadly Brew specifically because of how strong this was. Like, literally, I think they did. This was my favorite PvE rune, like, personally, that speaks to me when I first looked at all of the runes in Season of Discovery.
So it's taking backstab down to 40, right?
Yeah, backstab down to 40 energy, ambush 40 energy. You can pretty much, like, if you open on someone, you would be able to, like, cheap shot, backstab, then you would Thistle Tea, and then you go backstab, kind of another backstab, because of the 3rd GCD. At that point, you'll have another energy tick. You just did 6 backstabs. They're dead, dude.
Yeah,
they're dead.
And you're going to get 30% more crit chance from, like, if you was to go combat daggers and pick up improved backstab. Yeah, that's pretty nuts.
Yeah, this is a fun one. This is a very much a fun one. I'm happy with this rune. I wish poisons scaled with attack power for everyone, but they don't. So
maybe that would actually make it a little bit too overpowered.
Yeah,
having the AP from poisons and having Slaughter from the Shadows. Maybe that's why they've done it. I still don't agree.
Yep.
Cool. All right. So do you see? So Slaughter from the Shadows. Obviously you mentioned a lot about PvP and locking people down, but I assume even for like a dagger combat spec, this is going to be the go-to.
Yes, for a dagger combat spec. But the issue is the change that happened with Deadly Brew and that poison change, right? That is a big thing, because if you don't have Deadly Brew, you now need to, one, have poisons on your main hand, really, right? Like you'll still need to use a poison. So Deadly Brew just got buffed a lot. So this was gonna put this spec as like the spec I was gonna play for sure, was just a normal ambush or backstab spec, and then your other two runes are like were non-existent, like they didn't really matter to you. But Deadly Brew is so powerful in PvE that I haven't seen the new numbers and I haven't crunched the new numbers, but I believe Deadly Brew now just like outscales it, because they were very even and this was like slightly stronger. I could get a backstab spec to be slightly stronger. So yeah, the getting poisons to scale with attack power is crazy, and also having no poisons on your weapon, like that's two separate buffs that happened for Deadly Brew, and so you don't need any poisons on your weapon, and it counts as you having poisons. That's very strong.
Yeah.
Yeah, because is that Blizzard's answer of everyone saying, you're going to get rid of your poison so fast, how many weapon swings you're going to get? People are going to be farming 10 of the same weapon. So is that their answer to that?
Well, no, you'd be using instant. You'd be using instant still.
Yeah. Yeah, and well, now it's just like you would just be using sharpening stones, like which is pretty cool. So technically you have poisons on both your weapons with Deadly Brew. You also have sharpening stones, and you have Wind Fury, which as beforehand you were never able to put even a poison or a sharpening stone in your main hand because of Wind Fury. But with Druids, Wind Fury buff just goes for everyone, so it's not even an issue.
Yeah, because how I look at it is like, yeah, if you've got a Feral Druid, double instant, well, yeah, or sharpening stones, yeah, in that case as well. Yeah, I mean, it's very hard to... I would be going Deadly Brew almost in all situations outside of being a tank, or PvP, I'd take Quick Draw.
Yeah, exactly. Like now it looks like you're going to be rocking Deadly Brew. Feels crafty. I can run some numbers that I didn't run with the changes, but it's really good, yeah.
Well, it's like 2% hit per stone with the new ones in it. Is it 2% on each weapon?
Yep, yeah, and BFD. And the crazy thing is, hit is like, I haven't really described this to too many people in a long time, since I used to be a classic rogue theory crafter and like min-maxer. Hit rating is your strongest single stat pretty much until about 22%. Like I think cap is 24.49 or something. But hit rating still for rogues is always good. It's always good. It gets less good, but it's always good. Your normal hit cap is fine, so you don't like miss your sinister strikes. But unlike warriors who only need to hit their standard soft cap, and then they can heroic strike Q, so wherever your heroic strike is queued, your offhand would always hit 100% of the time. Rogues don't get that. Sinister strike doesn't actually take over one of your normal weapon swings, so you still need to make sure you hit with your main hand, and your offhand doesn't get anything applied like that. So hit rating is very, very solid for rogues continuously. So getting 4% hit for free and still counting as getting 2 different poisons, and those poisons getting attack power, and it's kind of actually technically having 4 poisons because it's counting as instant poisons that proc deadly poisons. Deadly Brew is pretty nice.
So do we think some of that split? So you might have been talking to other rogues in the Rogue Discord or something like that, and maybe already worked this out. But do we think there's a chance that, like, let's say if your weapon does not have a poison applied, so let's say you're using double stones, yeah, so you're using double 2% hit, you're going to trigger instant poison as if instant poison was applied. The attack power scaling portion, do we think that's actually going to count unless unless you've got the actual poison on the weapon?
It's a good question. I'm not sure. The way I read it and the way I assume is everything applies all at once. I would like that. Like I'm happy with it. It makes this stronger than the backstab rune, and I wanted to run the backstab rune, but like I'm not gonna be like, no, making something even better than what I was gonna do, So like I'm happy with it. So I'm gonna go ahead and have Hopium. That's what
I mean, I think you're right, as in it does read as if it all works, but then it is broken up in it. So when you inflict any other poison on a target, you also inflict deadly poison. So now we're saying if you ran double instant, you're going to also apply deadly, for example. I'm just using instant as an example.
Which would mean there's no real point in running instant right now, right? If your weapon doesn't have a poison applied, it counts as double instant.
Yeah,
That's
which is why maybe that's how I'm looking at it in terms of like for balance. Would it then be it's fine, you can use hit, but it will be just a basic instant poison that hits the target. Whereas if you've actually physically got the poisons on your weapon, then they will scale from attack power. I don't know.
Yeah,
I'm just
exactly.
like playing devil's advocate, you know.
Got a rune shove. Yeah, this is a really cool rune. The changes they made.
A rune shub. That can go on screen for a bit. Oh, it's already there.
Oh, I got it. Yeah.
No, that's awesome. I mean, they're really, yeah, they're more exciting than they was. As I say, the changes to Deadly Brew is huge. Slaughter from the Shadow, like they're all great. My big moan will constantly be the tanking runes, but I'll just give up.
Yes, I do, but I fully agree, though. I feel like they could use a rework that makes it feel more natural and better. And I think there's going to be like an outcry of people being like kind of upset. And I think that's going to like, they're going to be like, oh, you know, that's kind of right. Yeah, let's just act that in. We'll see.
Yeah, I mean, so in terms of it, you know, things being discovered, you know, I just try and think of, like, I hope Blizzard have made the best possible game where me and you could both level a rogue. Yeah, we'll both start at the same time. We both ding 25 around the same time, but both of us have happened to find completely different runes. You know, yes, of course, we'll get the introductory one, you know, but then along the way, you might have gone to one zone, whereas I went to a different zone, might have been doing different things. So can you imagine if then at 25, I'm like, yo, Saf, what you got? And you're like, well, I got just a flesh wound. And I'm like, that's cool. I got Blade Dance. Neither of us can use either of them because they're shit without the other one. Yeah. You know, that's the thing I don't like because they're reliant on each other. It's like, great, you get one, but cool, I can't do anything with it till I get the other, you know.
Yeah, I fully agreed. Like you literally need the other one, and if you only find one, then it's like, well, now where do I find this other one to even allow me to tank? Like warlocks just need one rune that they can tank. If we just have a taunt, that doesn't really. I mean, I'm not getting 20% reduction of the damage and 10% parry.
And then you know what you do? You go youtube.com/@Sarf, and you'll probably find it pretty quick.
I'm just doing it for like the classes I really love, and I'm just if you don't want to see anything like that, don't watch those spoilers. Wait for Scotty to do a full video of all of them. Just for the classes I nerd out on super hard. I'm gonna be like, this is the build, this is how to get the runes. Yeah.
Oh, it's all right, mate. You're going to save me a ton of work because I'm going to look at yours, see where they all come from, and then I'll put them all in one video. It's going to be easy.
Teamwork.
Yeah, man. Right, sorry, go. Next one, Mangosh.
Oh, the fiance said her blinker fluid is out. I gotta go fill that up for her. I'll be back.
That sounds like such like a euphemism, very sexual euphemism. This is a child-friendly show, you fucking dick.
Oh. Jeez. All right, I'll talk about it. Main Gaucher. Instantly strike with your offhand weapon for normal offhand weapon damage and increase your chance to parry by 10% for 10 seconds. Awards 1 combo point.
I'm just going to go make a
Gaucher. Okay, Main Gaucher benefits from all talents and effects that trigger from or modify Sinister Strike.
Yes, main Gaucher, Mangosh. It is this is gonna be another 10% parry, which is nice. It's just like now you have a raw 20% parry and 20% damage reduction. That's cool. But again, does nothing against like it's the tanking rune and it does nothing against casters. So it doesn't feel that great. It hits with your offhand, so it doesn't do very much damage when you hit with it. It does like no damage basically when you hit with it. It's a cool ability. I don't love it though. I literally, even while tanking, probably wouldn't even run it. Personally, I'd run like Saber Slash at this point. Yeah, it's not that great.
Wait, did you say the energy cost of it?
No, but I think want to say it's 35.
Oh yeah, 35. But if it can
Okay.
be reduced by talents from Sinister Strikes, like a talent
Yeah,
for
Sinister Strike gets reduced by 5. Your first 2 talents improve Sinister Strike.
So yeah, this should be 30.
Yeah. So I think This is an underwhelming rune for me specifically, and that might be looking at it from a poor perspective. But I think it's an underwhelming rune. I'm not a huge. I think it just doesn't speak to me to have a playstyle where you're just like dodging everything, and your entire like playstyle is to not take damage. You need to make sure you're always having all of your mobs directly in front of you, and you're facing them to have your parry and dodge being going off. And I think you could potentially get more out of the spec if you run something else like a Saber Slash.
And it's only a 50% uptime. That's the worst bit about it. It's such a small amount. Like, it's a small amount of when I say small, it's not small. It's 10%. 10% solid. Don't get me wrong, but it's still not up all the time, and you're gonna find it very difficult to go, when is the right time to use it? I mean, essentially, you're just going to use it on cooldown because it's going to be like, oh, it's 10% parry. You know, it's up, half of the time. I feel like it could have had. So this has been my criticism about a lot of abilities where I feel like they've not got the benefit and the cooldown quite right. And I said the same about rewind time for mages. Rewind time for mages needs to be a lower amount of healing, but on a shorter cooldown. This could do with being on a longer cooldown, but more parry. You know, so it felt more impactful when you used it. You know, so if it was like 20% parry, but on a 20-second cooldown or something, and it was, you know, it should just, when you press it, you should be able to really notice the more procs you're getting from riposte, the more, the less damage you're taking. I think with 10% and the minimal damage it's going to do, you're barely going to fucking notice if you're using it or if you're not. Is that a really shit take? I don't know.
No, it doesn't feel that impactful, right? It doesn't feel very impactful in general, and so you feel like, you're going to use it off of cooldown. Sure, it's not going to do a lot of damage, so you like tanks aren't really there to also do damage anymore, which was a thing in Classic, right? For Fury Prot, you would do a lot of damage, and like it's a 10-second CD, so if you know every 10 seconds 20-second CD, right? So if you know every 10 seconds the boss does like a mini enrage, but like what boss does a little bit extra damage and then stops doing a little bit extra damage, and then, you know, it's like you can't really time it with boss abilities. It's it does not feel great.
What if there's a boss that the rogue has to be second on threat and then taunt, and then they would taunt and use Mein Gauche, however it's said, while they're having the boss on them for 10 seconds, and then the other tank taunts it back?
Yeah. I mean, I'm sure there would be. I think that makes sense. You're talking very niche situations, I suppose, but
yeah.
It'd be like one boss, and you'd be like, "This is the best rune for it. It's necessary." And that's like where my flaw for it comes in. It's like it just has. It's not. Yeah, I think if it was a longer or stronger CD on a longer cooldown, it would make more sense and feel more impactful than it does, and it's fine. I think it's cool.
I think what
I think
people
Rogue
are
Tank is going to be a lot more fun later.
Yeah, I do, and I think people that are listening to my opinions on these kind of things, but specifically with when we're talking about Rogue Tank, is my same opinion on Warlock Tank last night, which you are getting like my input, but it's coming from a guy that my objective when I tank on any class, and I've done a lot of tanking, like on every class that can tank up until Season of Discovery, and if I can not put the healers under too much stress, so I'm not getting one shot, you know, I'm realistically, the damage I'm taking, they get a comfortable amount of time to heal me up, I then go full fucking threat. For me, main gosh is shit, because like it's not doing anything for my damage. I want to pump, man. You know, even though I'm a tank, I want to pump. Like I don't want to be wasting a GCD and energy on such a shit small amount of damage just for the sake of 10% parry. I'll scrap that and take something where I'm actually going to do some decent output.
Yeah, I think Rogue Tank feels, in my perspective, and I've said this in my tanking guide of like the 2 days after BlizzCon. Is Rogue Tank feels like it will scale ridiculously well, but it is not ridiculously powerful right now. The biggest flaw, again, like I was mentioning with Rogue in general, is the lack of cleave, and that's the biggest flaw with Rogue Tank is your lack of cleave. So you also need to change targets when you're attacking a lot of things. You don't have Blade Flurry just yet. There's some flaws in Rogue Tank right now that I think are not going to be there later, and that's like where the qualms are, and I'm fully fine with like not worrying about it really.
Yeah, because again, the way I look at it would be, if I died, would I sit there and go, shit, if only I had main gauche? Like if I had, if I'd have used that, I wouldn't have died. It's like, well, no, because I might not.
If only I had that 10% parry, but what if I didn't get the parry? Yeah,
exactly. So no, for me, I'd rather something much more consistent, whether that's threat or whatever, but something more consistent. Which I think, obviously, I was listening when I was just making a gin. And you mentioned Saber Slash, 100%. That's what I'd be tanking with. No doubt.
Yeah, I totally agree.
But before we get to Saber Slash, we've got Mutilate. Yeah, instantly
I like the
attacks.
segue. That was good.
Hey, thank you. Instantly attacks with both weapons for 100% weapon damage plus an additional amount of damage with each weapon. Damage is increased by 20% against poisoned targets. Awards 2 combo points. Mutilate benefits from all talents and effects that trigger from or modify backstab unless otherwise specified.
Mutilate is cool. Yeah. I think they might have added how much extra damage it does in that damage multiplier in the middle there, which might make it even stronger than it used to be. That might be wrong, but I think so. And so Mutilate is cool. It costs 60 energy though, and right now you don't have like anything that gives you much crit. It feels bad. As Mutilate builds are running into the assassination tree is like the best way of going with it right now, and so that's like you're not really critting as much, which is something that feels kind of cool on a rogue. Is like if you're doing like a big high energy cost ability, you're getting all these crits. Personally, like that's like a feeling that feels really good on a rogue. I think Mutilate is a very solid choice. I think it might technically be the strongest. I think that combat like mace and sword is going to technically be the strongest, but Mutilate feels really good. But yeah, it's modified off backstab crit, but you don't get the backstab crit talent if you're the Mutilate build. That's the thing, Elite. So it is cool. Yeah, eventually you'll get Seal Fate and you'll have like a ton of crit, and it's gonna be like you're going crazy.
Yeah.
So right now it doesn't feel super impactful, although it does do a lot of damage. Right? It just doesn't feel crazy, but it is good. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, my only addition to it is the it scares me a little bit that it doesn't have a dagger requirement. But even if it didn't, even if it goes live without it, I don't think you're going to use it. At low levels, it might be really good again with like Seal Fate, high amounts of crit, getting double the combo points. An extra, but 3 if you crit.
3 combo points from 1 crit, and you're just like, whoa, yeah.
That would be nice, but yeah, it's Mutilate, isn't it?
It is exactly what Mutilate is, right? It feels very Mutilate-y, and you just need to crit more early on. That's not necessarily your go-to, but Mutilate build is like you're gonna build combo points with Mutilate. You're gonna use them on Envenom. You're gonna try to keep that Envenom buff up so that your poisons do more damage. So it's like it's not like you're waiting for the Mutilates, which would be the same energy cost as when you were waiting for backstabs, right? Like you're not getting a 40 energy Mutilate, but it hits pretty hard. It feels like you very much feel like a rogue at level 25, like which is what the rogues should feel. You don't feel like a ridiculously different class, which happens for a lot of the other classes. Because Mutilate replaces backstab and Envenom replaces Eviscerate. So it's not like you just got new abilities to press on top of your normal rotation. You just got new abilities instead of your normal rotation that are better.
Yeah. Absolutely, and I do think we, like all of us, like I'm trying not to fall in the trap, but so I think you'll appreciate it's very difficult not to. But we do need to be really open-minded and be like, man, this is only 25. We're not going to be here very long. You know, it's going to be a bit of fleeting fun. That, you know, no sooner we get to 25 and start doing some BFD, we'll be like, oh shit, phase 2's coming out. You know, like it's not going to last that long. Where I said at the start of that sort of big bumper video of all the classes put together, you know, I said, play what you want. You know, like whatever resonates with you the most. You know, you've gone rogue because you feel like you're going back to your roots. I don't think you'd really care too much about what any of these abilities were. You already knew, I'm going rogue.
The PvP abilities alone, I was like, I'm gonna play a rogue, right? That was it. Like, I was fully sold. I was like, that's sick. Like, an amber or a shadow strike. Shadow strike, by the way, when we get to that, is like what I think is the best rogue leveling ability that they could have possibly given us. But yeah, it's not. It doesn't have to fully reinvent the wheel. Rogues and warriors are by far the strongest classes in Classic in raiding situations. So they don't need to have 10 more abilities to press. They need to have things that make them stronger, but not way more strong, as other classes need to be catching up. And like, they just need to like still feel fresh and fun. And I think that's absolutely what we're getting.
Cool. All right. So Saber Slash then, because I like Saber Slash, and I like the fact that they changed it as well. Because one of my biggest criticisms of this ability was its energy cost. Even though you could reduce it by 5, it was still very expensive, where it wouldn't replace Sinister Strike. But yeah, go.
Saber Slash. I was going to say Victory Slash. Viciously slash an enemy for 130% weapon damage and cause the target to bleed for an attack power modifier damage every 2 seconds for 12 seconds, stacking up to 3 times. Awards 1 combo point. Saber Slash benefits from all talents and effects that trigger from or modify Sinister Strike.
Yes, so Saber Slash is great now. This is going to be the ability you are going to be running if you are a combat rogue, in like the sense of using maces, which is like your Priebus. Technically, not really. Your Priebus is like probably going to be the sword from Warsong Gulch. But whatever, right? Saber Slash is great. It adds a stacking bleed that can stack up to 3 times, which you will use. It also had its energy reduced recently, and like Scotty was mentioned, and it gets affected by Sinister Strike, which you could have its energy reduced by 5 even more. This is a really cool ability. Similar situation to Mutilate, where it replaces like it feels like you're not getting way more abilities to use. Like maybe another, like maybe you'll Sinister Strike, maybe you'll Saber Slash, whatever. It's just very strong. It's very strong. So your bleed, it adds a bleed. Cool in PvP, cool in PvE. And I think I would use it if I was tanking, TBH.
Yeah, I agree. I like it. As I say, when I first saw it and it had the high energy cost, I was thinking, well, the bleed damage is going to probably make it worth, you know, if you're using it to just only refresh the stack. Yeah, that'd be it. Like when you've got, you know, 5 seconds left, you know, you just refresh the bleed and then go back to Sinister Strike because it's lower energy. But the fact that they then brought it in line, I really like Saber Slash. Like genuinely, out of all of them, I think I'd use Saber Slash more than any of them. You know, other than Shadow Strike for PvP. I'd be like Shadow Strike PvP, Saber Slash PvE. I can't wait till we get to Shiv.
I think, Shiv. Where are you? Why are we ever using that, right? Especially, like, the only point you used Shiv was to, like, either stack bleeds, stack poisons so that people couldn't dispel all of them. And then you would also like get up crippling. But now I could do a crippling from range, and then I can cheap shot you from range. Like, I don't really need Shiv when I could instead Shadow Strike.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, anything to add on Saber Slash from you, Go?
Just that it's another way to get a bleed on a target for PvP, so they can't like re-stealth or something like that.
Yes. You know what I mean? Exactly.
Yeah. And it's 40 energy if it's talented correctly. So it starts 45 base, and then you can knock 5 energy off of that.
Yep.
So it's okay.
But it was
the same thing
as
Sinister
55,
Strike.
wasn't it? I think it was 55, and then you get down to 50, and I was like, oh, that's fucking harsh.
Like, cool, that's great. Yeah, like I'll weave it in for the debuff. Yeah, no,
why
cool.
not just make it 100, Blizz?
Yeah, exactly.
All right, we've got Shadow Strike, teleport behind your target, and strike, causing 150% weapon damage to the target. Must be stealthed. Awards 1 combo point.
This is dope. If you play any sort of PvP or like Rogue, one of the coolest things Rogues have ever gotten, I think, is a fun ability is Shadow Step, right? Where you teleport behind the target. You don't necessarily have to hit them. This one changes that where now it hits them, so it breaks your stealth. The craziest thing, I think this is the best rune you could possibly get for leveling, and this is why I anticipate we get it for leveling, because you won't use it in PvE raids like later. I think we'll get this as our first rune. 25-yard range. Like every 6 seconds, you can just teleport 25 extra yards instantly and then start attacking someone with a hard-hitting hit that also costs very low energy. I think the energy cost on this is like 20, but I can check that really fast.
Yeah, it's looking like 20 base, yep.
Is it?
Yeah, so it's like super cheap. And you can just teleport all the time. It's great for leveling, very efficient. In PvP, you're just gonna like go for a re-stealth and then instantly Shadow Strike. This is a cool one. It's a good gap closer and a few other things, yeah.
Do you think you'll be able to cancel the damage so
no,
you can still
I think
use
it
it like
breaks.
that?
I think they purposefully were like, we don't want you to be able to teleport and sap, right?
Yeah, because that's what I was just wondering. I was wondering if there would be a way to almost turn your camera, so like when you press it, you instantly snap 180 degrees so that it wouldn't land.
Yeah. I really don't think they're going to allow that. I would like that, but I don't think there is.
You don't have your weapons equipped, and then after you Shadow Strike, you have a macro to equip your weapons.
Yep.
I think it would take unarmed damage as weapon damage, though, wouldn't it? Then?
That's what I would think too. Yeah. So I just, because they added in the damage to the ability, I think they did that as a very conscious. We don't want this to be too overpowered in PvP.
I do like it. I do like it. I do like. I said in the Rogue video, I do like it, but. Yeah, for me, I personally would have just preferred the ordinary Shadow Step. Yeah,
that would be crazy though, right? You have a ranged slow, you have a ranged kidney shot, and you have a full-on Shadow Step. Like in Classic, Rogues are already so strong 1v1ers. It's just like you pretty much just lose if you lose the rock paper scissors to a mage, and then maybe like. You would struggle. Well, yeah, I mean, an SL lock, so I mean, they got even tankier. But like, you're pretty much one of the best classes at PvP in the game, and you already got two very, very good things for PvP. This one is, again, I think it's really good for PvP. Also, yeah.
Yeah, I agree 100%. It's more the, when you look at all the classes, it's going to be quite difficult or more difficult now in Season of Discovery than it is in Era. To actually get back into stealth, so yeah, you've got it for the opener, and then later in the game with Vanish, etc. But my concern more is around the fact that more people are getting more dots, more ranged abilities in general, more.
You have Vanish. I think Vanish is 24.
Oh, is it 24? I thought it was 28 for some reason. But again, I've not looked that much into the rogue abilities at what levels you get them.
I'm pretty confident. It's 22. It's 22.
22. Okay.
And that's why a lot of times on hardcore you wait until 22 to do your poison quest if you're doing it solo. So you do have Vanish. So like you have this in combat also as another gap closer. So you have the range stun, the range slow, and a gap closer with this in combat also. You're really happy with this, yeah.
Yeah, I think it's really good. Absolutely. As I say, I actually thought Vanish would have been phase 2 rather than 1, but. Yeah, as I say, a rogue is... Well, outside of Mage, Druid, Paladin, and Shaman, I've not looked at what level everyone gets their abilities. But
yeah.
It's it's cool. It's cool. They should have removed the stealth part.
That would, oh, man. What a world.
Can you imagine?
Yeah, I'll be like, all right, well now I'm running 4 rogues. Like, go with his boomkins. Yeah.
Oh, right. We've got Shiv, the final rune for the rogues.
And
Instantly
moving on
attack.
to the talents. Oh, sorry, go on.
Yeah,
Do you want to do it? Do you want to do it? Go on.
Yeah, we can.
No,
Yep,
go on.
Shiv,
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
there. Don't ever use it. Instantly attack with your offhand weapon to deal normal offhand weapon damage with a 100% chance to apply the poison from your offhand weapon to the target. Slower weapons require more energy, awards 1 combo point. Shiv benefits from all talents and effects that trigger from or modify Sinister Strike. And I just remember this for PvP, I think, just to make sure you got crippling poison on your target like right away or something. Or even like wound poison or something, yeah.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. It's for instantly applying the poison. If they have like a druid like you, and you were cleansing the poisons, the second you think you're ready to go away, I would have been pooling energy, and then I'd shiv right away, right? Or mind numbing is the really good ones for Shiv. Are like, the reason Shiv is really good is because you also bind it to weapon swaps, so you have all of your poisons. So if you're fighting like a Destro Warlock for some reason in PvP, which you might, because they could literally delete you with a Chaos Bolt. What you would do is you would have like a mind numbing poison, and you would get on them, and then you would shiv them instantly to get that mind numbing up. So now their cast is a lot slower. Shiv has its niche situations. It's good in like 1v1s or some PvP. I don't think it will be the go-to rune because it's in the same slot as a lot stronger ones for PvP, but it's absolutely going to be used. Like, you're going to see Bobka, who already weapon swaps 27 times in a normal open world PvP, rocking something like Shiv, and so it is good, just niche. So like, your average player won't use it at all. To be honest, your average player, most people watching this, you're probably not going to use it, but it is good for PvP when you need to, and maybe there's going to be like a boss fight that like it's essential for.
Yeah, so my criticism of Shiv wasn't the fact that the ability is there. Like, I think it's a great ability. It actually, like, again, for utility poisons, so less damage, but more about actually, you know, in the future, in you know, future expansions, you would Shiv for anesthetic poison and things like that. You know, you want to be using it for specific situations. I just feel like it's on the wrong slot. As in, like, it would have been better to actually not been put in at launch and come in at a later date where it was like on a belt or something less contested where you've got primary abilities. Like, it's more of a utility ability, but we'll see.
Yep,
like, who knows? It could get changed.
It's like Shiv doesn't replace Sinister Strike, like Saber Slash. Shiv doesn't replace Backstab, like Mutilate. That's where it feels bad, is it doesn't like replace a primary ability. And it is very much a niche utility ability. Agreed, fully.
Yeah. Cool. Well, that's all the runes. And we've still got Hunter to go. So let's just smash through really quick. Let's say, like, you know, sort of basic PvE. We're talking BFD at 25. What are you going, Saf? Like, as in talents and rune setup.
Okay, if I'm... Most likely, I'm actually gonna probably go with like a combat build. In actuality, which would be like, you're using Saber Slash, you're using Deadly Brew, and you're using Envenom. Envenom is not necessarily going to be used all of the time as your finisher. You might be using instead a lot more of something like a Rupture, but just know those are like what you'd be rocking as your runes. And then I would go, your first 2 points are going to be Improved Slice or Sinister Strike right there. That first one. And that's going to make your Saber Slash cost less, and it's going to be really nice. Now, it's important to note that Deadly Brew also means you do have, technically it counts as you having instant poison and deadly poison on at the same time, as well as getting the ability to get 4% hit from your sharpening stones. So the next thing is, it's interesting, but the highest damage output would be to then go into the assassination tree and grab Malice. Then you get Ruthlessness and Murder on the left side. So you grab Malice is 5% crit, just the red one on your left. and then the 2 on the left side, and then you go and you get Relentless Strikes, which increases your chance of your finishers to give you 25% extra energy. And then you go into Lethality. That's like the highest DPS. What feels better is usually to be grabbing the hit rating from Precision. You just might not be doing that at this point. The most likely option would be to go into the Assassination Tree.
So if you was going to go down, if you was going to go down to Precision, are we just going like 3 of 3 improved Gouge, or are we going dodge?
That's the standard. So like the big thing here is that Relentless Strikes, and what you're showing right now is far left. But if you are you usually would go 3 of 3 improved Gouge, which is like what you run just because it helps with leveling. Dodge and Gouge, you can switch in between the two. It's like you're going to be kind of indifferent. But if you're like a leveling build anyways, you would want to go into Dodge, and then you would be able to grab Precision, or you would, if you're leveling, you'd probably go down and get Riposte.
Mm-hmm.
But then you'd grab Precision. It gives you 5% hit, which is really nice. And then you'd try to get down to Riposte, which is literally what you would be able to get down to. But
yeah, that's what I would level with. But like me personally, I always go straight for Riposte as a rogue, just because it's so fucking ridiculous.
Yeah, it's so good. And right at level 20, 20, it's so good. It's so good for leveling. It is so strong. And I even usually grab that before I grab Precision in my leveling routes also. So yeah, it is a really good rune.
Okay, but you still think, like, you know, for sort of a combat build with Deadly Brew, well, when I say combat, but you know what I mean, like using swords, let's say Deadly Brew, Saber Slash, and Venom, we're just going to go improve Sinister Strike, and then everything else is going into Assassination.
That is what it's looking like, unless there has been some changes recently. It is what it is. The only build that actually goes fully into combat for the most part is actually the Backstab build, but I think that no longer is nearly as good because of how good the Deadly Brew upgrade is.
Yeah.
Is there a level 25 rogue sim right now?
Yes, there is. Simonize.
Yeah,
Simonize he's so good at this. He's amazing. He's literally always been working on them, and yeah, he's already working on them, and there's already new versions of it that are really solid.
Is that the only class that you know of that has a 25 sim, or are there others out there?
I've heard other classes are working on them. It's the only class I know personally that I've ran a ton of different tests, and it always just confirmed what I was expecting, which made me feel good. But I have not seen the other ones. Chat might know, but yeah, Simonize is just so on top of it.
I felt a little jealous when I heard it a couple of weeks ago. I think that there was a rogue sim, and I was like, "Wait, are you kidding me?"
Yeah. Give me a fucking mage sim. Come on.
Mage sims are always off anyways. Like even in Wrath of the Lich King, you don't even use like the normal sim website. You have to get the other sim, but everyone's like, well, the sims might be wrong because mage sims are always so buggy, you know?
I mean, I'm not going to worry about it that much. You know, like completely min-maxing 25 BFD. You know, yes, I'll spec what does the most damage or the most healing depending on what I'm playing. But, you know, I'm not going to look at something and be like, man, but if I use this, it's going to give me 0.7 more DPS. Oh, shit. I'll be like, no, it's fine. We'll work it out.
All right, I'm interested in the tank build. And is there a build that you can just swap all 3 of your runes and then have a DPS spec and go back to having a tank set at the same time?
I think this would either be it, like the one we showed, or the one where we were saying where you would go, improve Sinister Strike, Lightning Reflexes, a couple. You would just go 3 into Lightning Reflexes, and then you go down and grab Riposte, and then you grab some Precision. That would be a like it's a leveling build as well as like a okay DPS build that could easily swap to a tank build every time.
Yeah. Yeah, totally. What do you actually think about going sub for tanking to pick up Ghostly Strike?
I don't think it's worth it. 15% dodge, 7 seconds, 20-second CD. right? I just that's what 35% uptime. That it just doesn't feel worth it. It like the other things you get are way too strong. Riposte is way too good. It 10 energy, 150% of your weapon damage. That's just way too good for your threat. 5% parry from deflection and 3% dodge from lightning reflexes. That's another just raw 8% mitigation. The 5 energy reduction of your Sinister Strike or Saber Slash, whichever one you're using, and 2% hit is just way too strong. It's just too strong.
Yeah, I completely agree. I just wanted you to reinforce what I already thought. Because I know I had so many people on the Rogue video that was like, bro, you're sleeping on Ghostly Strike. And I'm like,
no, they just
versus everything else.
They're sleeping. Yeah. It's interesting, and I feel bad because I feel like it's a very cocky thing to say, but like sometimes people come up with the greatest ideas that I never thought of. But sometimes they also come up to me with ideas that are like, well, you should just be running this. And it's like, but look at like, run the numbers even yourself. And that actually is way worse for you than this, right? Ghostly Strike sounds nice. And it sounds like it would be a cool thing, but it is not nearly as good as running those other runes, right? It's just like out of the way and not worth it. It's almost like, I even think, and this one might be totally wrong, I think it's almost not worth it for a paladin to go grab Consecrate because it's just 11 points in the Holy Tree, and Consecrate ticks for I think 6 is what some people were saying, and I might be wrong on that, but like the threat that it generates, even with the like insane threat modifier you have now, might not be worth it. I think Paladin tank just is so strong without Consecrate; it doesn't need Consecrate yet. So I think there's a lot of times where it's kind of fun to see where the people come up with the ideas in the comments, but like when they like get like very angry and they're like, "You're an idiot for thinking I wouldn't go Ghostly Strike." It's like, well, here's the reasoning that I didn't think I would have to explain. Yeah.
You nearly got me talking about Paladin, and I nearly bit. I nearly did, and I was like, do you know what? I'm just going to let it go because otherwise we're going to be here for an extra hour talking about Prot Paladin. But no, that is absolutely fair. But what you said is like, go and think of, not even run it yourself, think about it yourself. Just literally in one little conversation there, you've gone 3% dodge, 5% parry that's up all the time, riposte that does ridiculous damage, disarms. Like, so while they're disarmed, they're doing significantly less damage to you, and a lot of mobs can be disarmed, even, when we're doing these level 25 dungeons, all of the dungeons, not just 25. It's super strong. I see no other way than combat other than at higher levels where actually, and you start going deep in sub, like pre-med, preparation, some of it does start getting good, but then it's like, well, what versus the threat? Dual wielding swords and getting sword specialization where you're tanking, any adrenaline rush, that's just like a pure threat output. Like, I think combat has got to be the tanking build, in my opinion, without looking into it too deep,
Yeah, it's really, 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 really solid. And the fun thing is going to be, like, the fun build is being able to potentially play, like, Seal Fate build, which is, like, that's going to be, like, your Mutilate, cool, build a ton of combo points. That's going to be, like, that's where the theory crafting is. Sub has always been traditionally this PvP build, and I think it will remain that way for the most part.
Yeah, good segue, Sarth. So talking about PvP builds, what are you going to be speccing, Sub?
That's a great question. Let me even I'm undoing all of my talents really fast so I could do it. First of all, I'm getting it depends on what spec I'm running, but ideally I'm running like an ambush backstab Yuden Narnia spec, right? Yeah. Which means you need to get opportunity or
runes first off. Runes. So are we going slaughter from the shadow strike between the eyes?
Okay. Yeah, exactly. Slaughter from the shadows, shadow strike between the eyes. 100%. Cool. The only difference would be like if you wanted to grab quick draw, you could. I don't care, right? So you can get a 30% increased chance to crit with your backstab by going 3 points into improved gouge, 2 points into lightning reflexes for the dodge, and then 3 points into improved backstab. Okay, now we have that. What's next? Well, I can get 20% increased damage to those improved backstabs by going 5 points in opportunity in the subtree. That makes it hit really hard, right? And now you have 4 points for whatever you want. You could also increase your crit chance by another 4. Or you could get some hit chance. I don't think that's going to be much of an issue right now. You could increase your stealth speed. I don't see anything being stronger than probably increasing your crit chance. I'm sorry, another 3. Maybe you grab a remorseless attacks, but like the main things you want are in this spec, increasing your crit chance for backstab by 30% and its damage by 20%. Just like boom.
I 100% agree. Like literally, I wouldn't change a single point. I'd go 3 or 3 in Malice. I mean, 3% crit doesn't sound a lot, but in classic level 25 terms, 3%'s fucking huge.
Can you scroll the talents down, Scotty?
Oh shit, sorry.
It's cut off.
Yeah, there you go. Sorry, I've got it zoomed in so much to get rid of all these fucking adverts on Wowhead.
Now that I write for Wowhead, I don't have ads, and I didn't know that was a thing.
Do they want me to write about the best gins or something? Like, I'll have to talk to Rockman, see if he needs someone to write up. Like, occasionally I'll put out like gins of the month.
That I feel like they need that. It's necessary.
The best gin to drink while PvPing.
While PvPing in Season of Discovery, yeah.
But this is absolutely the build I anticipate like running the most often. Is like every now and then you'll ambush someone and delete them, but mostly it's like you'll close the gap with the Shadow Strike, and then you'll just like be backstabbing them so quickly. You're just like bing, 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 you're dead. Bing, you're dead. Bing. Yeah, it's like it's so fun. I've twinked at 29 on Rogue before.
The thing is with it as well, Saf, like again, you know, correct me if I'm wrong because you know far more about Rogue than me. But like this is like a really solid PvP build. Like, yeah, you're going to be chunking people down. But actually, if you didn't then want to respec, you could quite easily change a couple of runes and you could run sort of from the shadows still for PvE. You know, you could then pick up, I don't know, you'd probably still maybe even run Shadow Strike just because why not? And then Envenom, whatever, you know, and you could just then be a backstab build PvE, you know, for single target.
Yeah, you could easily run this build for PvE, and like the difference between like the optimal builds and the not suboptimal builds in PvE is at level 25, like 20 DPS right now. It's like, it's not a big deal. So like you absolutely could just run this build and stay this build, do all of your raiding, and then go into PvP and just have a good time. And that's genuinely what I probably will do, because my rogue is just going to be out here to have a good time. You'll just change your runes and that's that, right? So this is I think rogue has a lot of versatility that allows it to very quickly be PvP viable.
Love it. Well, we've got one more class to do. We're still doing all right. 2 hours in. We had a good 45-minute chat at the start, so it's going to be a little bit longer than yesterday, but we're still doing good. So, of either of you got anything to add on Rogue? Because honestly, I think Saf has summed up all my thoughts like perfectly. I've got nothing to add.
No.
There was the question about rogues becoming. I can't think of the phrase. No, the phrase off the top of my head where they're just like avoidance capped, I guess.
Yeah. That's what I talked about earlier. They need to be nerfed. I think there's a few classes though that have to be scaled down, right? Like I think your runes are so good at this level, and when we get better, the runes have to be toned down to make it normal. And one of those is the fact that like with world buffs at level 60, with the current runes, not even more tanking runes, we're at this 102% avoidance, right? So like you can't be hit by bosses. So yes, I think it's something that's gonna happen. Is we're gonna tone them down, and like warriors, they're 25 or 20% damage increase. Like that's gonna get toned down, right? Like things like that. They just have to. So I think yes, Rogue is in a really good place. It feels very reminiscent of OG Classic, and it feels very fun. They added a lot of enhancement to the class. Rogue tanking, though, I think needs to get more powerful from this bracket to the next one, and it will greatly get more powerful at the next bracket. So I think if you're a rogue tank and you're like worried that you don't feel like you have all the same utility as other tanks, just wait till the level 40, right? It's wait a couple weeks. Yeah.
All right. It's kind of bittersweet. It's time for the last class to discuss. The Hunter.
Let's
Mate,
go.
this is mental. It is crazy the amount of podcasts that we've done over the last. So any of you that like, if this is the first one you've seen for some reason, like we've covered every class, and some have been more on. Like this one's been brilliant so far. There's a couple that went slightly off topic, mainly because Go's just a bloody alcoholic and all he does is drink. But you know, as he sips out of his beer.
Yeah.
But no,
as you just got up to get more gin.
Yeah. No, I've learnt so much, you know, and I say this on multiple podcasts like Saf, people like you coming on where we just sit and we just talk shit. And I'm like, oh man, I didn't even think of that. You know, like you get so much out of these like ad hoc conversations where you think you know, you go talking about a class and you think you know, and then someone says something.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like Willie on the Warrior and Priest one was a prime example where he was talking about, you know, like Warlock tanks and being able to have Earth Shield, so interrupt reduction, and then we was talking on the next one where then Concentration Aura came in, like, and they're all things that, especially me, where, you know, Classic Era is not my thing. You know, I've got no issue saying that. You know, it's the version of the game I have played the least, purely because I don't enjoy it, but I don't consider this Classic Era. This is Season of Discovery. You know, we're working with a different beast, which even the devs have confirmed, which you might find out tomorrow.
Speaking of beasts, Scotty, great segue. Thank you for that.
You're welcome.
What pets do hunters use at level 25? Like, what are you getting while you're leveling up, and what are you using in like a raid environment and a PvP environment?
Great question. You have a couple options. So one thing about classic World of Warcraft is each individual pet usually has its own like scaling. They usually have something like their own attack power. Some of them have their own skills, which is really annoying. Pet leveling in Classic is something you're probably forgot about, and it's super annoying if you haven't done it in a long time. Mainly
feed them, keep them happy.
Yeah, but like even if you start with a certain pet and then you level up to like level 20, you don't even learn like a new rank of like Claw ever until you train a different pet that already has Claw, like a different beast that has it, and make sure it uses it like 1 to 5 times so that you learn the ability to teach your pets how to use Claw, so then you can go back to your main pet and teach it Claw. Like it's such a weird, convoluted system.
I'd have loved to have seen just a small clip of about a minute ago when you said, for those of you that haven't played it for a while, you've probably completely forgot about pet training. My face, I was listening to you, nodding, smiling, and you said that, and I went, oh, fucking hell, I forgot about that. I literally instantly was like, yep, not leveling a hunter.
It is the least convenient thing of all time. It is. Hopefully they've done something to adjust it, but like, yes, there's one pet like that I'm gonna probably end up running, and people are maybe gonna run a wolf. I don't think wolf will actually be the meta. I think it's probably gonna be a cat, and the best cat you're probably gonna get at this level is called the Rake. It is and I'm not even 100% sure if this is the best one you can get, but I think it is. And that's like a rare spawn outside of Thunderbluff that everyone needs to go and get. So enjoy going and getting the Rake. Try to get it early. And if you're seeing this podcast, congratulations.
Hang on. Was there not another really good one in Duskwood that done like its auto attacks with shadow damage? Am I making that up? I could really be making that up. Like, trust me.
No, I remember it. Yeah.
No, you could be completely right. And but would the shadow damage be better? But
it might not have done shadow damage. That bit I might be making up. Maybe it was just a lot faster attack speed. I don't know. There was something.
Is it a wolf?
It's a Lupos.
Yeah, Lupos. Yeah. There was one in
23 rare
Duskwood.
spawn.
I just remember
Ooh.
that where again going all the way back to like classic era 2019 when me and my brother was Druid and Hunter, and I was like, mate, you need to get this. Because we'd been playing on private servers before Classic launched, and we sat in Duskwood trying to get him it while we could have been leveling.
Okay, Lupos does not do shadow damage anymore in WoW Classic. Owned everybody that wanted it to. Although I think his weapon speed is still pretty decently fast, so he is still a good one, but not the best. The fastest wolf weapon speed or attack speed would be 1.2, which is from like a rare and burning steeps.
So how does it compare up to Rake that you was talking about?
I think the Rake
are they the same-ish.
I think the Rake is 1.2. I'd have to confirm, but I think the Rake is going to be what you end up grabbing. But I'm not 100% on that. I'm just pretty confident. Yeah, all right. The Rake has 1.2 attack speed. So the Rake is like your normal PvE DPS pet, most likely. Then a really good pet is always having a Screech pet, which is like an owl or a bat. You always want to get that in PV, like one, as leveling, it's amazing, and two, in raids, having like a demo shout, an extra one, is always really good as well. So that's a really good thing to have. Then you, in PvP, a boar is very good because you can use a boar to stay stationary in a certain area, and then you could have them charge and slow things. Table Slam does bring up a...
Is it?
Sorry, go for it.
I could be showing my age now. Is Petopia still a thing?
I think for some reason the website never loads, so I think they just didn't keep up with the website. It never. I
remember back in the day whenever I'd level hunters, I'd be looking at Petopia and like finding what pet had the highest bite, had the highest. I just remember living by that website as a hunter. I'm going back.
It used to be
2005,
super essential.
Yeah.
So it's going to be interesting to see what everyone runs. And I don't actually know what is going to be like the absolute best pet. So it is going to be fun figuring that out. And I think we might have like new pets. Like we have things where we can tame snakes, which
Adders and
I think it's just as like... I think that's literally just as as little things to follow you around, but like maybe it's not, right? So yeah, that's pets. There's a lot of versatility, and pets in Classic are very unique. Like each one is literally unique, which I think is really cool. And now we have runes that make like your pet actually do things. Like they actually can tank. Your pet can tank for you. Your pet can taunt. Your pet will do actual damage instead of it doing okay damage and mostly doing a lot of pushback. I mean, in PvP, sometimes your pet could literally eat casters, which was funny.
Yeah, it was annoying.
And I think it's gonna do. Yeah, I think they're gonna. I think pets are gonna fucking slap when we start looking at the runes. But Redbeard. So my buddy doesn't want to roll Horde. Well, let Sarf answer this because I've got what my answer would be. So I'll be interested to see what Sarf thinks. So my buddy doesn't want to roll Horde Hunter because of aspects of the Lion. Is he being a bitch or is it a genuine concern?
Aspect of the Lion is, I mean, in alliance situations, you're probably still going to have to run Aspect of the Lion. Realistically, you're almost 90% of the time going to have to run Aspect of the Lion. And to be fair, though, it is still your best aspect if it is just the one, like your best rune in that slot, which is the chest slot. So, yes, if he doesn't want to run Aspect of the Lion in raid situations, he's screwed because that's what hunters have to do. It literally is blessing and keys for everyone else and 10% more stats for yourself, which is very big. It's larger than most of the other aspects. Even with Lone Wolf being what it used to be, Aspect of the Lion gives you an extra like 63 range attack power or something. It's really strong.
Yeah. So my caveat to that would be like, if you want to play a melee hunter, you have no choice. As in, you will use Aspect of the Lion full stop. So if your mate wants to be a melee hunter, like I know a lot of hunters do, just because, now you can be a melee hunter in vanilla, then there's no worries. If he wants to be a ranged hunter, I think there are other things to consider there. Because I I've looked at in full bis and what the personal gain is. And the only time aspect of the Lion would be technically a DPS loss over aspect of the Hawk is if you've not got improved aspect of the Hawk. So depending on your spec.
And that just means like you need another person bringing that aspect of the Lion. So like maybe there's 2 hunters. Realistically, hunters are like, especially for your first BFDs, but like a lot of your BFDs, it's looking like you're probably going to have 2 hunters. So that's good. Does it stack with kings? No shot.
No, no,
it would make no sense. Why would you have even made it? Yeah. So you'll get like might from the paladin and you'll run lion, something like that. And in PvP, you could switch up your runes for sure. But if you're worried about running a hunter and having to run aspect of the lion, it's a fair worry because you probably do have to run aspect of the lion.
Yeah,
that's life.
I think I think there'll be a lot of melee hunters. Like I do. I know even if ranged hunters are doing more, I still think we're going to see a lot of the more people who don't really give a shit whether they're top damage or bottom damage. They just want to play something that's fun. And I think you'll see a lot of melee hunters just because you can.
Melee hunter at the higher levels, not at this level. It will be kind of awful-ish, but you'll melee weave at this level, so be aware of that. Melee hunter, full melee hunter, I think is getting full support for the higher levels. Cannot confirm that 100%, but I'm very confident in it. Expect to be able to be full melee hunter because they are already showing so many runes that support melee hunter, and I would love for them to be showing all these runes to show pure support for melee weaving, but there's no shot. That's like a high skill cap playstyle, and there's no chance that they're actually fully thinking about like all of the support they're doing here is going towards something that like not everyone can enjoy. So I would 100% be expecting melee hunter to be a literal competitive DPS at the higher levels, guys.
Well, it's already been data mined that they're going to get Harpoon, which is already a retail ability anyway. So it's basically charge, but you fire a Harpoon and then fling yourself into the mob. I think I totally agree. Again, I can't disagree at all because I think they're going to be fairly dog shit early on. Like I think at 25, you play it for fun, start getting used to it. There's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with playing it and doing lower DPS, getting used to the how Raptor Strike is gonna sort of work with flanking strike and stuff like that. But like, don't be disappointed if you're not topping DPS because I think with some of the things that will come online at 40, 50, 60, I wouldn't be surprised if they're fucking bonkers. Actually,
yeah, they have Carve is a 6-second CD uncapped cleave. That's gonna probably get nerfed.
Yeah, I do think they're going to be awesome.
All right, Zinth, thanks for the super chat, bro. We've got, they legitimately believe that one of the runes they may give Hunter is the ability to use 2 aspects at the same time because of aspect of the Lion. And that sounds kind of busted, and I like it, though. Because if you can swap one aspect depending on a situation, but still have another aspect up at the same time, I think that'd be kind of sick. But
yeah, but
you think they would actually do that?
Wait, but you would need another one that's useful, and there isn't at the moment.
Yeah, you'd use Lion and Hawk, but I think Lion is raid wide, which literally means just one hunter has to do it. You're like, I'm the support hunter, whatever, man.
Hang on,
every other class
in classic era is Hawk not just ranged attack power?
It is. So you would, I think it's just referring to all hunters having to run Lion and not being able to run Hawk or anything else.
I see what you mean.
Right?
So you could bring the buff and be a ranged hunter. Yeah, I see what you mean. Yeah, yep. I was thinking, how would that be useful for a melee hunter? Yeah, because if you're already running Lion, it's like you haven't got another one to use. But yeah, absolutely. For a ranged hunter to be able to benefit from 2 would be awesome.
Yeah, and I'm really, really excited about Hunter because there's a lot of uniqueness to the playstyle in PvP and PvE. I alluded to melee weaving, and we'll talk about that soon. But like it is gonna be a thing that people do to increase their DPS, but like it's not at all necessary. It's like you don't need to go out of your way to be like running every 2.4 seconds to do an extra attack. Yeah.
Well, so I'm excited for Hunter the same way I am for Mage, and actually, we've not even started digging into the runes yet, and I'm already thinking, maybe actually Hunter will be one of the early ones I level. You know, purely to be a melee hunter. Yeah, no, but just purely for that. You know, just to actually go melee hunter, like getting ready for later phases. Because at the moment, I really like Hunter, but only for Lone Wolf. You know, like I don't like having a pet. I just want to do the damage. So yeah, all right, cool. Any other thoughts or any more? We've not missed any more super chats, have we? That's all the questions.
No, I think we're caught up.
All right. So should we move on to the runes, or you got anything go?
Runes? Yeah, I think I've asked all my basic questions so far. So yeah, let's dig into the runes, as you said. Starting with the gloves.
We start
because
with the gloves,
you dig with your hands. Yeah, let's.
Go on.
How cringe can I be? All right, Beast Mastery.
It's been worse.
Yeah. You gain the Beast Mastery ability, which your target's pet damage and health are increased by 30%, and its focus regeneration by 80%. In addition, your pet's growl now also taunts the target to attack it for 3 seconds.
Yeah, so this one is the first. So there's like all of these different ways hunters are going to be able to play. There's going to be a literal like a build where your pet actually is like very strong, and this is the first rune in that, right? Your pet has more HP, but it also does 30% more damage and 80% more focus regeneration. Means anything that's like a claw or bite that might not have a CD, and someone could check me on if those would have a CD in right now. Like you could literally, your pet will be spamming that 80% more often. It's happening all the time. And now your pet actually has a taunt, which also is just like ridiculous for leveling. It's so nice for your pet to be able to taunt things. This can't be the first rune you get while leveling, and I think we saw even in the video today that we're most likely going to get like Chimera Shot. But this is really nice. It makes hunters one of the strongest leveling classes in the game, as it already is, but even stronger. And I think like it's gonna be intriguing to see what pet damage looks like. Like you could literally run like a pet build in PvP and have your pet run around and delete people, and people like you have no idea if that pet is like a juiced up pet or a normal pet. Like, could I just kill it really fast, or like will it eat me?
Yeah, they synergize so well that like the actual sort of hunter pet runes, you know, Beast Mastery, like Kill Command, like, and they all, when you look at them all and you're like, shit, like pets really could be slapping pretty hard. I think going back to what you said about Chimera Shot though, like what we saw in the video today, I still think that was a weird one to start with. You know, I think it's good, don't get me wrong, but it's like super strong level 2 ability to be starting with, isn't it?
I think everyone gets these really strong abilities that tells you what your class is going to be doing. It's either Chimera Shot or Explosive Shot, and the issue with Explosive Shot is it shares the CD with Arcane Shot and subsequently Aim Shot, but that doesn't matter early on. It's just like you learn Arcane Shot at like level 4, I think I want to say, right. And like not even being able to use that ability, that new ability, is the opposite of what we've seen them do, right? Like it's for you to literally at level 4 already not be able to use one of your new abilities instead because it shares the CD with the rune you got, just doesn't seem very viable.
Yeah, no, that's really.
It might be level 6,
no, that's a really good.
I want to say it's level 4.
But even if it was 6, whatever, like 4, 6, it's kind of irrelevant. Like what you said is 100% on point. Yeah, you're not going to want to replace that instantly with a. Well, you're not going to want to replace it before you've even got it. You know what I mean? It's like, here's Explosive Shot, no point training Arcane Shot now. And Beast Mastery, you haven't got a pet.
It's level 6. Yeah.
That's why actually, if I was to have guessed, I would have went with Carve. Like actually, I would have thought it would have been Carve first, just purely because even though it's a melee ability. You know, it's like you can use it no matter what.
But the issue with Carve, let me hit you with it. Man, I've thought about this so much. The issue with Carve and getting it right away is that it's just an uncapped cleave. Like nobody has a cleave yet. And giving someone this powerful cleave already not only makes it so that you can tag literally everything in like in a camp. You could tag it all and your leveling speed would be ridiculous because you would just have someone help you mob tag. but it also just makes your potential in a group setting. You would just run like 5 hunters, everybody carve, the whole camps are dead. Like it just
Yeah.
It's too good for this, and it doesn't also feel like the it adds to the class fantasy of the hunter at this level. I think it's Chimera Shot.
Yeah, no, I mean, we've seen it anyway, haven't we? Like, you know, assuming it's true, we've seen today that, Chimera Shot is going to be the one that we get. But which I think's cool, don't get me wrong. You know, like, amazing, big, hard-hitting ability. I think it's going to be, I think it's going to feel fucking really, really OP. Like, for leveling.
Yeah. Yep. I think there's other classes have like more OP runes to start out. Like if you look at like Druid, if they get Fury of the Storm Rage, if they get that, like they literally never run out of mana. Or Warrior gets Victory Charge. It's just permanently healing. But yeah, this feels really good for leveling if you get this right away. And I'm wagering you do. I'll confirm tomorrow for everyone. But yeah, I think the leveling experience though just gets more fun for everyone in every single class, and that's a big thing in my opinion, because I feel like leveling isn't my favorite part of the game, so adding a lot of flavor to it makes it more enjoyable.
Yeah, absolutely.
Can you touch on the focus regeneration of pets for me really quick?
Yeah, so pets have their own type of resource called focus. It's similar to energy, basically. I would say that's like the most similar way of it working. And so now them gaining back that focus faster because they spend focus on abilities like claw and bite, right? Like I was mentioning earlier. And I think someone pointed out that bite has a cooldown, claw doesn't. But you can have both of those on your kitty cat. So like that, being able to use those abilities more often makes it not only destroy casters because there's more pushback on casters, but it also just hits harder. So it is a very solid like that on top of your pet doing 30% more damage, and it now hits faster with its extra damage attacks. This rune Beast Mastery really makes your pet like it makes your pet chonk for sure.
Yeah, and the taunt is huge. I know you've already said it, but like the taunt is just fucking bonkers. Like,
yeah, it's necessary. Growl is so useless in Classic. It causes like such a minimal amount of threat that it literally wouldn't even taunt off of you most of the time. And if it did, it would grab aggro for your pet for one shot then you get a crit, and then you would pull aggro. So I think it's necessary and really nice for class fantasy. I think that's a really nice thing. It feels like your pet could tank this and you fight this. Like that was never actually a thing. You'd literally just sit there healing your pet, which technically gains threat, and then you would finally shoot, and then you would pull aggro, and
you would have to literally just hold back while your pet got it to like 80%, and it's like, right, I can start doing some damage now.
Yep.
So how reliable is the pet taunt? Does it have a chance to miss? Can you reduce that chance to miss?
No, I don't think you can. I don't think it applies to like your own personal spell hit. We'll find out. And there's like data mining things that are saying pets are going to be scaling with like avoidance, resistances, and attack power and things. That is going to be crazy if so. That's going to be amazing. Very, very good for hunters. But pet taunt it's really rare to resist. I think it just has like that 2% resist for some reason. It might have like an actual resist of like the 17% that like every caster gets, but it doesn't feel like it.
I don't remember ever seeing, and this is completely anecdotal if you like, you know, because I can't say factually accurate, but I don't remember ever seeing a growl miss.
I think I've seen hardcore death clips of a pet taunt missing, and then the hunter died because the pet taunt got resisted.
I think it might be more of a resist, but I think I'm not 100% sure. That'd be
it's not something that's ever stuck out. Do you know what I mean? Where I've gone, oh shit, growl's missed. You know, like I don't ever remember actually seeing it. Again, absolutely, it could be.
But also, you were like, oh, if growl missed, it didn't change anything. It was the same thing as growl hit.
Yeah, it's still running towards me anyway.
Yeah, exactly.
What about Carve?
All right. Carve. Yeah, you guys have touched on it a bit already, but it's a sweeping attack that strikes all enemies in front of you for 50% weapon damage.
Yes, do not nerf this, Blizzard, because it only hits for 50% weapon damage. It's not that good. But once we're level like a higher level and we pull a ton of things at once, this hits everything in front of you. We've never seen an uncapped cleave ability in Classic, I don't believe, other than like literally sapper charges, which were used to pull the entire room of Faralina's room, right? So this is on that realm. If it's only like 2 targets, it really doesn't hit very hard. 50% weapon damage, not that great. It does prefer, obviously, you use a 2-hander. It is not very great if there's very few targets, but it is a nice ability. I'm very excited about this. I think you'll use this on trash to melee weave on trash if you're pulling fast and big. And then you would switch to like Chimera Shot for bosses. But that's just me like min-maxing and thinking about like world records. Most people don't have to switch between their runes for trash and bosses. It's just a cool ability.
So just so people can clip this and get mad at you for when this gets nerfed, what would be a fair target cap for this? 6 mobs? Would that be okay?
I think a fair target cap for this would be like 12 to make it make it worth it, right?
Good answer. Yeah.
But 24, I don't know. I'm just spitball. I'm just trying to be like take my personal bias out of it. Maybe like 24 sounds good.
Yeah,
okay.
I'd go with 24. I mean, any more than that, like then it's going a little bit overboard. But 24 is like the sweet spot. But like, think about this though. You know, like pull in a bunch of mobs. Like, let's just say you was grinding, and we're talking in phase 2 now. Let's say you're 36, 38, and you're pulling a bunch of mobs with like aspects of the monkey on. So, you know, lots of dodge. You're just rounding them all up. Fucking carve, explosive trap that's hitting them all. You know, even then, like a slowing trap, move away just for a sec while you wait for carve to come off. But by the time they're moving out, they're already like slow to shit. They're still taking the explosive trap damage. Carve's back again. Like it
then
could
you can
be
use
pretty
volley,
mental.
which hits for 20 damage a hit because it's literally the most useless AoE damage ability in the entire game is what Hunters had before. Volley. It's the worst ability no matter what. Unless there was 7,000 targets, volley is the worst ability in the game. So now, I think maybe you'll do a lot more AoE pulling for leveling, but I still don't think you will. I think this is more going to be when you're in mostly group situations.
So if you're, so let's say you're in a dungeon. So you said about melee weaving. Now, to what extent do you see that happening at 25? Like, what do you think that looks like?
I think all top hunters will be doing it. I think that means like 90% of hunters won't be doing it and even thinking about it. But what it looks like is mostly you would get like an aim shot off, and then right after your auto shot would go off, then you run in, you would hit with like one of the melee abilities, maybe even just normal Raptor Strike and melee, run back out, and then you shoot whatever's next, which would be like your Chimera Shot, you servicing Chimera shot, right? The thing is, if I was min-maxing, I would change that rotation, but like, let's not really get into that. Anyone that's watching who's a theory crafter, don't worry. I know. I just don't want to bore people that don't care about that stuff. But like with carve, what you would do is you would do like a multi-shot and a normal auto shot right after, and then you would run in and you would hit with a carve, which would hit all of the targets, and then maybe like if you can trap in combat that people have data mined, but if not, you would feign trap, drop an explosive trap, run out, shoot again with your normal abilities, then you would hit with another like multi-shot when it comes up, run in, do a carve, go back out, do it all, you know? Which would just it just makes the playstyle a lot more fun and interactive. You have a lot more things that you can do.
So we're basically, again, I'm saying this for the benefit of people who have got no idea what you're talking about, right? So we're basically going in and we're meleeing when our swing timer for our ranged weapon is when we can't physically fire anything. So you're waiting for your range swing timer, so you're going in and using that time to then move back out.
Your swing timer, if you've ever played a hunter in Classic, doesn't get hurt, like nothing bad happens when you're moving until a certain point on your swing timer. And so you'll probably have weapon swing timer or a weak aura that tells you that exactly. But like also if you don't have any instant cast abilities or your normal shots are on cooldown, then you're just sitting there waiting for your next weapons like shot to go off usually. Like you literally are sitting there 3 seconds for your one auto shot and then 3 seconds for the next auto shot. And instead of just sitting there and doing nothing, you can run closer to the target, hit them with a melee or a raptor strike, and then run back out, and it would increase your damage. It is a lot more interactive and it requires you to do a lot more things, but it will be a better way of increasing your damage.
So what do you think about I'm sorry, Go's going to start shouting at me because we should be talking about runes, but so the fact that not only has it been data mined that traps can be used in combat, they've also got a 40-yard range. What do you think that means?
I really don't think we have a trap launcher. I really don't think we have a trap launcher. I have no idea. I haven't tried to ask anyone and like pry, but that just feels too strong. Like trap launcher happened in Wrath of the Lich King right now, and it's essential because you have to trap weave. It's really, really good for hunters in Wrath of the Lich King to have a trap launcher. I don't think it goes with the playstyle that they're showing, at least having some melee abilities. But if we do have a trap launcher, it's gonna be OP. I think it's a red herring, like the Howling Blast.
Yeah, no. So the way I looked at it, and I'm pretty sure it's exactly what I said in the Hunter video, was I believe that they will be able to be used in combat, absolutely, and I think that was actually more so for Immolation Trap to help melee hunters at level 25. I feel like that was what it was done for. And I do honestly think the 40-yard range has been put there for a later phase. You know, I could see Trap Launcher being a future rune, but like the trap by default hasn't got a 40-yard range. You know, it's there because that was how it had to be put in ready for a future rune. Again, I could be completely wrong, talking absolute bullshit, you know, but I feel like that. But then there could be a really tough choice. You know, it might come on your shoulder rune and it's like Trap Launcher, but then there could be some equally amazing things where it's like, well, you're not all just going to run Trap Launcher because something else could actually be better, but that's more utility based, you know. That's sort of how I
totally agreed. I think that it makes a lot of sense being that way. I really don't think we're gonna have a ranged trap at level 25.
No, I don't. It would crazy. It would be fucking ludicrous. Literally ludicrous.
Like I'd be stoked. Yeah, of course. I'm running Hunter first, so I'd be like, hell yeah. But like that just seems crazy.
Yeah.
All right, Chimera Shot.
Speaking of crazy, that leads us nicely on to Chimera
I was going to do another
Shot.
segue. I've got to not do them
Speaking
every
of
time.
Chimeras,
I would do one every single one, which I did the other night because I had a couple drinks, and every single transition to a new rune, I was doing it like that. Yeah, it's like great segue, Scott. All right, Chimera Shot. You deal 125% weapon damage, refreshing the current sting on your target and triggering an effect. So for Serpent Sting, instantly deals 40% of the damage done by your Serpent Sting. For Viper Sting, instantly restores mana to you equal to 60% of the total amount drained by your Viper Sting. Scorpion Sting attempts to disarm the target for 10 seconds. Jeez. This effect cannot occur more than once per minute. And Viper Sting, while we're talking about this one, mentions mana. So if you could somehow melee weave in some mana discussion on Hunter's mana, and is it going to be like quick? Like, are you going to have innervates from druids, or like how's Hunter mana feeling?
I think Hunter mana is my biggest fear, but I think every caster and everyone has like this fear of mana. I think mana is a rough position right now. Viper Sting, we don't even learn it yet. I think it's like, it might be 36 or something. I just know we don't have it. It's 36. That was, wow, I got lucky. That was just a random guess.
Put the lottery on.
Yeah, so it doesn't even affect you right now at 25, and I think mana is going to be your biggest fear right now. But that being said, Chimera Shot, I've seen builds everywhere where everyone says you're going to go explosive shot. I think you have to go chimera shot for the sake of you also want to have aim shot. And if you have explosive shot, you don't have aim shot or arcane shot as your access. So I think chimera shot is going to be really solid. It hits pretty hard. It also deals extra damage because you have Serpent Sting on, and it refreshes your Serpent Sting. So you can shoot Serpent Sting once and then keep it up. Issue there, Serpent Sting kind of hits like a wet noodle, doesn't really do anything yet. Hopefully they scale it and make it stronger. But like, if you looked at people that when Season of Mastery, they reduced the debuff limit and everyone was like, Hunter's going to be so much more powerful now because they can use Serpent Sting. It's like adding 23 DPS to you. Like, Hunters are strong early on in Classic and then they get outscaled by everything. It's not great, but hopefully they add some sort of scaling like they're doing with poisons, like we mentioned earlier, where you can maybe have attack power scaling on Serpent Sting. That'll make it great. And then with Scorpion Sting, a disarm is good in PvE and really good in PvP. So like, that's just good all around.
Yeah, I like Chimera Shot, but I always have. I've always wanted to. So like, well, I've got a hunter that I raid on, not as regularly as I was a few weeks back, but yeah, that I raid on in Wrath, and I've always wanted to be MM. But I'm like a mop / WOD hunter enjoyer, where MM is the way to go. So like being forced to play, survival because it's just so much better. Obviously not to the point now where you can get armor pen caps. Obviously changes a lot, but like, I've always loved Chimera Shot. I like those fucking hard hitting like slap. They really feel it. Them sort of abilities. I was well excited when I saw Chimera Shot in Season of Discovery. I was like, man, that is really cool. But then I saw Explosive Shot and was like, please don't be better. Like, just play, not again. I
saw Explosive Shot and I was so excited. I literally was like, no way, Explosive Shot. I was so excited, and then I saw Cher's CD with Arcane Shot. And I was like, this is it. You wouldn't run Chimera Shot ever if you had the chance to just run an Explosive Shot and it didn't like share the cooldown with something else, right? It's just, I was so hyped for it. But yes, Chimera Shot is great. It's really fun. It's reminiscent of Wrath of the Lich King playing a Marksman Hunter, which is just like crazy good right now. And it's I'm excited about the ability for sure.
Especially as it looks like we're gonna get it pretty early as well, which is even better. Any thoughts, Go? Because I'm gonna put some ice in my drink and have a piss.
I just feel like
now's the time to get your thoughts out.
Yeah, I just remember seeing Chimera Shot. I feel like as one of the last shots that I got hit with in PvP that killed me. It was like
Chimera just wrecking you
into whatever that finishing one, execute shot, whatever that's
kill
called.
Kill shot.
Yeah. All right, and you guys have touched a little bit on Explosive Shot. The final rune, we've got you fire an explosive charge into the enemy target, dealing some ranged attack power but fire damage. The charge will blast the target every second for an additional 2 seconds. Cooldown shared with Arcane Shot. So this one,
By itself, it's amazing. The flaw, like I was saying, is that it shares the cooldown with Arcane Shot and subsequently with Aim Shot. That is the flaw of this. Is Aim Shot or Arcane Shot, whichever, are very large parts of your rotation. And no longer are you able to do that. So is Explosive Shot so much better than both of those abilities and better enough than Chimera Shot to make it worth it? And I don't think it is yet until you get what Stefan in chat actually suggested, until you get something like Lock and Load, which is a proc that would happen that would allow your next 3 explosive shots to have no cooldown whatsoever. So in this is what makes survival hunters viable in Wrath of the Lich King, is when you get those procs, you just keep spamming explosive shot and you actually hit with the highest rank, then you hit with the lower rank and then the highest rank again, because those dots don't overlap each other, so it works out perfectly time-wise. I think that will come in the future. I definitely think that will come in the future, but at this level, every build that I see from people and guide is mostly suggesting explosive shot. Shout out to my boy Hammer Dance, who's been making really well-researched guides. He was like one of the first people outside of myself that I saw write about Chimera Shot, and I was like, let's go, dude. Yeah, I think Chimera Shot's awesome. Explosive Shot is usually like would hit a lot harder, but it just has to outscale the other 3 shots that it replaces.
And Wooden, thank you for the super chat earlier. Did we cover that question?
No, we didn't.
Okay. Do you guys think they are going to allow Serpent Sting and Explosive Trap to scale from attack power? I think they may have data mined Freezing Arrow.
I think I would love for them to have Serpent Sting and Explosive Trap to scale from attack power. I would love that. Will it happen? I don't know. I don't have even the faintest inkling of like yes or no. I think it yeah.
I think my take on it. So I'm going to talk about Explosive Shot. That's why I've got it on screen. I just want to say something else about that. But in terms of the scaling, what it looks like to me at the moment, and again, feel free to correct me if you think I'm wrong, is because all the games are running on 1.1.5, 1.15, 1.15. So that's classic era, that's hardcore, that's this. When they're adding these things, it's very easy for them to add a rune that will affect abilities, because without the rune, like, so they can basically just say, right, we're adding like the fucking Deadly Brew to a rogue. When you've got Deadly Brew, it's going to do XYZ. They haven't had to change any of the poisons. They've not had to change any of that. So all the poisons on Classic Era, all the poisons on Hardcore, everything remains the same. All that gets affected is when you're using this rune. Now all they've got to do is turn that rune off on the other versions of the game that also run on 1.15. So for them to actually go in and change individual abilities, now they've got to clone that ability, remove that ability from the other versions of the game, only allow it on Season of Discovery. You know, so I feel like anywhere we're going to see some sort of scaling, the majority of the time, I'm going to say the majority of the time, because sometimes they might look and, like, let's say Hunter Pet scaling, they might really go, like, we need to put the extra work in and make this specific to Season of Discovery. But I feel like any time they need to do something to one game, that's going to affect the others, and they're all running on the same client. So in terms of just getting things like Serpent Sting scaling, it sounds easy, but now they need to literally get all of the ranks of Serpent Sting for Season of Discovery, completely clone those and make them completely unique to Season of Discovery, so it doesn't affect all the other ranks of those abilities in the other versions of the game. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
That sounds like a lot of work.
Also, similar idea with pet scaling, right? That would mean, like, we would probably have seen pet scaling right now, currently on Hunters in Era, unless there was a rune that was going to relate eventually to what that pet scaling thing. It makes a lot of sense, because it is a lot of work, and it's hard to,
Could they just add a new pet into the game that specific pet's abilities scale?
Well,
Would that be an easier way?
I feel like it could be more along the lines of what Sarv said, where there might be runes later on down the line that allow pets to scale the same way the rune for poisons allow them to scale. Like, I don't know.
Exactly.
Otherwise, there's a lot. There's just more and more work for them to do, to the point where they might as well remove Season of Discovery from 1.15, and it's something standalone where it doesn't affect all the others. But they're trying to streamline the work, aren't they? They're trying to make sure that
it's all on the same server patch build, and I think it makes it easier for them, because they're also working on the next solo hardcore, right, or self-found hardcore. They're working on this. They're working on Cataclysm. They're working on the next patch of Wrath of the Lich King, and this is all one team. Like, I literally go. I think you went there also, right? Like, to Blizzard and saw, like,
not to their
the office. Okay, yeah, it's like this is one team, but it's a very passionate team, right? And they care a ton about it. But like, we also have to be realistic, right? We're getting all of these huge amounts of changes. Like, this is so exciting. Whereas like, literally, if I posted about this season and thinking all of these things would happen a month and a half ago, everyone would be like, "You're coping. Blizzard, small company, would never do anything like that." And I was like, they're like, when they came on my stream to announce the Hardcore Realms, like for the first time ever, Agrand also announced the next season and said that's going to be the most exciting thing. And like, I always kept talking about how everyone should be hyped a bit about it, and they're like, they're not going to do anything. They'll maybe add one more mechanic. And I was like, dude, they're really going for it. So like, yes, they're going to do a lot of awesome changes, but we also need to base ourselves on reality and be like, are they going to make all of these changes that would affect the other version of the game, but they have to figure out a way to segment that and not affect the other versions of the game, especially when they update the build of all versions of the game. It's I think you what you're saying makes a lot of sense, Scotty.
And that's why I look at like something so minor as the vendor being added in Booty Bay, with being able to buy old items. I've not, like, a lot of people have looked at that and been like, oh my god, it's 3 years too late. And it's like, but is it? Like, you're looking at it as if they've actually put that vendor there for, you know, for Classic Era. Because then, yes, exactly. It is too late. But there's fucking no way that vendor was put there for Classic Era. Like, I'm sorry, you might be enjoying Classic Era and there might be, you know, 4 of you that play it. But I know there's a lot. I'm trolling. Like, I know there's a lot of people that play it. But that was not why they put it there. It's because it needs to be there for Season of Discovery in one way, shape, or form. So we always need to try and bear that in mind. When we see things and we think, oh, why don't they just do this? It's like, well, how much work does that really cause, you know, across all of the games that are running, which is fucking mental. Like, straight away, when you really think about it, that's mental. That we've got Season of Discovery running on the same patch as Classic Hardcore. And you look at them and you're like, that you can't even compare them. You know, how is that possible? But when they're just adding runes that then affect the things that are already in the game, that isn't as hard as having to redesign all of the things that are already in the game. You know?
Yep. Yeah, they're just like, the idea, I think, of everything is really just enhancing the game and making it like building upon this base while trying to not make it too ridiculous. And I think one of the coolest things that we haven't even seen is, on top of like all the class changes, is what we're going to get to experience in the open world, the changes, the new zones, the new quests, and then like the new raids and dungeons. I'm just like, I'm getting really, like, my excitement levels are stupid. We were talking about it earlier, but like, there's so much cool things that we don't know, and like, I feel like every now and then in like a podcast or something, Agron just pops in and he's like, you have like be aware, there's so much theory crafting going on. We can talk about the runes we know about for this section, but everything can change completely for level 40, and that's like a month and a half away.
Yeah, exactly. And that's how I'm trying to be with, like, I mean, I'm mega excited for Mage right now. But if I'm excited for it at level 25, fuck me, how good is it going to be at 40? What am I going to be able to do at 40? You know, this is a taster. Yeah. This is a taster of the game. Literally, you're playing the trial. You're playing, like, that is what you're doing. You're getting to trial all of these classes where it's not a massive time investment. For then, when we're getting to 40, when, don't get me wrong, from 25 to 40, that is now quite a time investment. You know, that is significantly longer. But by then, you'll be like, I've leveled 3 or 4 characters. I know what one's going to be my main. You know, just enjoy 25. Don't watch fucking Saf's tier lists and shit like that. Pick what you want to play. Sorry, Saf.
It's funny because right though, as you were saying that, Jordy was messaging and he was like, why are people making these videos? They have no idea what's actually going to be out in the game. How can he know? And like, Jordy, like right here on this screen, and you might have seen me type it, and I was like, all of my videos are very, like, I say it like 3 times at the beginning, and it's terrible for retention. Is like, just so you know, everything can change, and also play whatever you want, because at the next level bracket, it's going to be totally different. And then like, everyone just skips over that in a video and is like, you're an idiot if you think Ret Paladin's going to be good, or like, you're an idiot if you think that, you know. It's like, dude, That's all that people see, and I'm okay with it because like, well, maybe not in Season of Discovery, but like usually when I make a tier list and people like go off on something like that, I usually can then back it up by having like the world records in all of the speed runs, or like getting rank 1 in the world on my class in like that phase. But I can't do that because I think I'm going to be a lot more casual in Season of Discovery. So I guess maybe I don't have a backup, and I may. You're right, I am.
I want you to know. I want you to know, Saf. I love you very much, and I wasn't trolling you. But anybody that knows me or watches me knows I fucking detest tier lists, and I troll on tier lists all the time. Like literally,
They're the worst.
We had an intro to the podcast like 2 or 3 episodes ago where Go pretended to ring me and go, "Yo, Scott, should we do a tier list for this episode?" And I'm like, "Are you fucking stupid? Like, why would I do that?" You know. But it's like a meme at this point. I've done tier lists, like you know.
Dude, it's just I literally hate. The best is actually who had messaged me. Jordan hates tier lists. Jordy literally hates it, and I always try to rope him into them because I don't know anything about healers. I can't judge the healers. I'm not like, I actively have this like mental block in my mind where healers go, and I'm like, I don't want to think about it. I always try to rope him in, and he's like, I hate this so much.
I wanted to do an intro for this one, Saf, where it was a fake tier list at the start with me, you, and Go, but I just haven't had time to put a great deal of effort in because we're doing podcast fucking night after night after night.
Every day.
Yeah. But I wanted to do one where we literally just sat, and it was a fake one where we're like, right, Saf, where would you put Warrior? And you're like, S tier. And I'm like, cool, okay, let's move on to the next one. Druid, where's it going to go? And Goes like S tier. I'm like, yeah. I mean, Mage, S tier. And it was literally just 9 classes at S tier and just watch people lose their shit.
Ruggs did one for Ulduar, and he did it very seriously, and it was that way. It was all S tier and like 2 classes A tier, and it was so funny. I had a whole day just roasting like on stream every phase that comes out. I usually have a day where I roast every one of the tier lists, and even every tier list is gonna have things that are wrong. Also, don't care. Just play what you want, man. This game is so different than what we're gonna get at the higher levels. Just don't care, but they do get views, and therefore I will continue making them because I have a fiance and I have to buy her things.
I like getting views. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I have to buy her things, dude.
Honestly,
it's realistic.
Tier lists, not even just for WoW. You know, anyone who just watches WoW content won't understand, but people do tier lists for fucking Marvel Cinematic Universe movies. They do it for like there's tier lists for everything.
Tier list.
Seriously, it's everything because tier lists do get views, and they get views because they get engagement. Because Sarf will be sat there while you're saying, "Fuck you, Sarf, you don't know anything. My rogue's going to be a pumper," and Sarf's like, "Great, that's more engagement for the video. That's a few views it'll
comment
get."
all the time.
yeah, please just keep it coming. So I love shitty comments. It's the highlight of my day. And we've not had enough on the stream tonight because I like watching Go fucking cringe. Like Go Hammer,
all of them.
Hammer Dance, who you were talking about, came in the stream, and I knew of Hammer before he even started making WoW content. I know he's streaming tech channel. When he came in, I was like, Hammer, I watched one of your videos the other day about WoW Season of Discovery, and it was fucking shit. And Go literally went, whoa. It was like, oh my god, like you can't say that to someone who just came in. But it was a joke. I was like, mate, I'm only kidding. Like I've known you for ages before you even started doing WoW content. But it's I like pushing as hard as I can with chat just to watch Go cringe.
There's been some times where I'm like, all right, Scotty, calm down.
He's like, I need to rein him in.
And then he just ramps it up in like another notch that I thought couldn't be possible. And I'm like, dude.
Well, I'm the least friendly YouTuber. Like we'll get back to Hunter, but I'm the least friendly YouTuber in comments. Because like, you know, fuck you. Like if you want to come in and talk shit to me, like don't expect me not to reply, because I will. The same way if you come in and you say something live. Yeah, like I don't give a fuck who you are, and like if you don't agree with me, you don't agree with me. But like, don't think you can have your say and I can't have mine. I've got a microphone. You've got a keyboard. I win by default.
I literally, once I release something, I never again actually see it. I'm the worst. I'm the worst at it. Like, I just release it and then I have moved on with my life and not thought about it once. and then like I don't even see what like usually the views of anything are until like a month later. I'm like, oh, I wonder what my channel's been doing this last month.
Yeah, I'm the same. Like, I don't sit and I don't worry about views, but I do read comments because sometimes actually some of the really good things do. Like I'm harassing the chat at the moment, but guys, like you sensible guys, I don't mean it. Like they do come up with some fucking banging ideas. Like the amount of amendments that I put into my like big class video came from chat. It came from comments on YouTube where they've said things that I've not thought about, and I'm like, fucking banging idea, thank you. So I do appreciate comments. I just don't appreciate people like when they're like, TLDR, don't play Rogue, and it's like you literally clearly didn't even watch the video because that should not be the takeaway from that video. But anyway,
you didn't get anything I said.
Speaking of Rogue, what about Hunter? Was that not as good as goes?
That was pretty good.
Explosive shot. I had this open for a reason. When we was talking about lock and load, so obviously lock and load is a core part of survival Hunter and Wrath. What if it actually worked? So it was a rune like in later stages, but it worked for Chimera shot as well.
I think it would be great. Like that's what I think is necessary for not for Chimera shot, but for explosive shot. I think that's what's necessary for you to run this rune. But again, I'm not I need to see the correct math to say that explosive shot isn't worth it over the 3 abilities you lose: arcane shot, aim shot, and Chimera shot. So it's just I think explosive shot requires one other thing, which would be like that lock and load, or like maybe they're like, nobody's running explosive shot, let's remove it from the CD of arcane shot and make it share CD with multi-shot or something. I don't care. That in itself would then be enough to you would run explosive shot. So it'll be interesting to see what everyone runs and what is actually the best. And I'm confident, but I'm not absolutely sure in my math because I need Sims to tell me, and I'm also too lazy to do the numbers too much.
Yeah, that's fair. Are you happy with that? Yeah. Go. So we explosive shot, Chimera shot.
I'm well happy. Yeah.
Yeah. Cool. Where do you want to go next then? To bed.
To my. Yeah, right. To the chest.
We're going chest. Okay.
Yeah, but we've got to get the aspect of the lion discussion going and over with. So, aspect of the lion. The hunter takes on the aspects of a lion, increasing total stats by 10% for all nearby allies, and increasing total stats for the hunter by an additional 10%. Only one aspect can be active at a time. Friendly reminder.
Yes, this is Kings. Kings buffs comes to Horde while Alliance get Wind Fury, and an even better Wind Fury that Horde are also going to use. I think Alliance came out on top in that bet, but whatever. The Kings buff. This is Kings. Every hunter is going to have to run this in your raid if you're the only hunter. It's just like a fact. You're just going to be buffing the entire raid by so much, especially if you're on Horde. It's just what it is. But by itself, it is one of the strongest of the runes. By itself, it is a very, very strong rune. The only time you would ever want to like run something else would be if you also have another hunter running this, then you could run different runes. So like there's a chagrin basically of people that are like upset that they have to run aspect of the lion, but it still by itself is stronger than the other runes in like most PvE situations. The flaw or the fault comes in when you think about like, what about if I also have kings or I also have another hunter? Yeah. So,
aspect of the lion, mandatory. You heard it here.
Yeah. I think if you haven't got two, like if you're the only hunter, like just good luck trying to convince your party that using it isn't a good idea. Like that's it. I mean, I'd try. Don't get me wrong. You know, like someone would go, "Oh, right, why are you not using lion?" I'd be like, "Oh, I've not discovered it yet. I don't know where it comes from." They'd be just sending me YouTube links. Yeah. I'll be like, "I'm not watching Sarf. I don't like Sarf. I'm not watching his videos. I refuse." But I would still try, and sneak by without actually using it because according to my very basic napkin math, you know, if you're in absolute full bis at level 25 and you're running improved aspect of the Hawk, it will be, as a ranged hunter, it will be a personal DPS gain. But of course, it would not be a group-wide DPS gain.
Unless you didn't have any kings, right? Like if you were just running improved aspect of the Hawk, yes, slight advantage, but like one, you don't have, it's 20%, like you're getting 20% of your stats bonus, which is not only your agility, which is giving you what, 2 range attack power per agility, as well as it's also giving you some crit, like quite a hefty amount of crit, and like your range attack power from aspect of the Hawk, improved aspect of the Lion is like the amount you get is like 93 attack power, ranged attack power at this level, which is like bonkers. And that's in like pre-bis, right? Like, because I'm pretty sure the raid gear is actually going to be pretty good, the ones we haven't seen. It didn't really impress me, the gear we did see, but that is going to be really good. So I think like standalone, either way, you're probably actually going to run with aspect of the Lion. But if not, you could go like something like if
Why does Go keep laughing every time you say lion?
Oh, because
every time you say it, I look up and he's giggling.
It's because I just think it's funny to say it that way because what is Snoop Dogg was like, I am now Snoop Lion, and it's just the stupidest way of saying it.
It's
so
funny
because
like, okay. Go sits there completely straight faced, and every time you say lion, he's like,
he said it again.
Yeah.
I'm gonna continue. It's like saying Target instead of Target. You know, it just feels it feels better. But I think like the big difference would be like if we have mana issues, then you might need to go with the rune that gives you that reduces your mana issues. But I really do think like be upset about it, but you're probably going to be stuck running this. It's especially if you're Horde, and I'm a Horde hunter most likely, and like it's like whatever. I think you could easily have more than one hunter in a lot of your raids. I think hunters are going to be really good.
Yeah, no, I 100% agree. Yeah, I'm just very salty about it. I agree.
Yeah, agreed. I wish somebody else got this. It's like, just give them the buff so that I can still run my cool things, like giving me what used to be 25% increased damage, where I was, in my video for Hunters, I was like, there's no way this stands, guys. I'm sorry.
But they removed...
Don't hate me, I'm still running it.
Exposed weakness they removed for this. Like, fucking put this on, like, I don't know, a priest. I don't give a shit. Put it on anyone else and, like, take exposed weakness back. You know, like, even though exposed weakness is lackluster at low level, at, like, higher level, it would have been insane. So it's got to come back somewhere.
Yeah, exposed weakness, I think 100% does make a return. I really, really think exposed makes a return. So it's... Yeah, I think it's just interesting. It just feels bad that we have to be the one that get this. But like then at the same time, does it feel bad that Druid has to be the one that brings the Wind Fury buff? No, because now everybody wants a Druid. So now does everybody want a Hunter?
But everyone wants a feral Druid.
I do like that. I like that because you know it's fun to see that it's gone from no one wanting a feral Druid in Classic era really. So now everyone wants a feral Druid like that. Like, the people like Airness and Table, like they're gonna fucking revel in that shit. Like, they're
feral
gonna
Druid's like crack for other classes now. You just like everyone is like fighting. Can you please just play feral and follow me around in Ashenville? Thank you. Like
we did have a super chat, and it's quite Zach. A really interesting one as well, Zach. So thank you. Do you want to read it out? Go.
Yeah, I want to say. Like at BlizzCon, I might have already been thinking about this one, and I might have brought it up somewhere before, but I wanted to see Sarth's answer here. Do you guys think hardcore will make its way into Season of Discovery? I seriously do, and wonder how it will work with all the extra buffs and power. Like, I don't think we're going to get an official realm, per se, but I think that hardcore community might migrate into Season of Discovery. That might help with an add-on or something like that, and try to level up and not die in this, and I think it'd be cool.
I think the exact same. Like, I don't think we're going to get an official hardcore realm for Season of Discovery. Although I think it's not off the plate. If Season of Discovery does so well, then then they might just like, oh, now we're going to add one. But I think the hardcore community, like we had to do to get hardcore realms, even like you'll just run like with the hardcore add-on or something, and it'll just like. Then we'll have to run like some community events and tournaments and such, and then Blizzard would be like, all right, they're asking for it. So I don't think it will happen, at least not for like I don't think it'll happen officially, but yeah.
I mean,
what do you think, Scotty?
Real quick before Scotty goes, I love to make him sit there in silence. I can already like imagine an achievement in the add-on where it's like you don't use runes. So since they're buffing the difficulty of outdoor mobs, then that in itself is going to make the hardcore challenge harder. So then if you add on top of that no new rune abilities, then yeah, like those people that are looking for that hardcore challenge that have already got to level 60 already, this could be like a, hey, yeah, that'd be a lot harder. Let me try it. All right, Scotty.
Scotty hates hardcore, huh?
No, I love hardcore, actually. No, genuinely. I mean, I've not jumped on the bandwagon while everyone's been doing it during Wrath, because I love Wrath. But I was I was in the last wave of the hardcore hype, in TBC, because I got bored of TBC very quickly. So instead of playing TBC, I was like raid logging TBC for quite a while before I was like, oh, fuck this. And all I streamed was hardcore. Like, I loved hardcore, and I still do. I think it's an amazing, absolutely amazing way to play the game. Like, I have so much respect for the guys that's all they do. They stream and they're on hardcore characters that when they're dead, they're gone. Like, I've got so much respect for all of them. But that obviously, you guys like Saf go use know me. Like, I like to sit and play and have a drink. Which when I have a drink, it's all good at the start. But then as the night goes on, my concentration might wane a little bit, and then I'm dancing to Barbie Girl, and I might not have all hands on the keyboard, so it's very quick for me to then die. So it's not like, it don't suit the way that I play the game, even though I did enjoy it. And when I really focused on it, it was fun, but still very boring because it's vanilla. Whereas this, could I actually really sit and focus on a hardcore version with runes though? Not without them. I think what you said, Go, was fucking amazing, actually. That is probably one of the smartest things you've ever said. Ever, literally. Honestly, hands down. The smartest thing you've ever said.
Gas up Go Day.
Yeah. What a turnaround from earlier.
He has one episode.
I get 5 minutes, and that's all I get.
No, but when you really think about it, if they are making the world harder, and that's to counteract the fact that you're getting runes, but you have to do hardcore with no runes, that would be pretty fucking interesting, actually. I wouldn't do it, because that sounds really boring. But with runes, I would.
Yeah, there'd still be people that would use the runes, and that'd be fine. It'd just be one of those added achievements that they could build into the add-on.
Yeah. I think it's a good idea, actually.
And another great idea from Blizzard is adding in the Cobra Strikes rune, which your critical hits with shot abilities cause your pets next to special attacks to critically hit. Sarth.
Oh my god.
That at least worked.
That was really, that was really well done.
Thank you.
I do think the Cobra Strikes rune is the second least awesome rune that I've ever seen. Your pet's special attacks don't really hit that hard, so having them crit doesn't really do much, right? It'd be like a claw that would crit for 64. I mean, I guess if this procced all of the time, and I think it could at higher levels, but at this level with our crit rating, I think it's not that significant. So I don't think you'll almost ever see the Cobra Strike rune be ran. I could be totally eating my shoe or whatever the euphemism is later and be completely off by that. But I think it's very weak at this level. The only one, it's weak at this level. There's another rune that hunters have that's it makes no sense that anyone would ever pick it. But this one at this level, why not grab something that's way cooler?
So do you not even think with BM? So like my, thought process as a very, amateur hunter, I'd consider myself. Like Cobra Strikes, Beast Mastery, and Kill Command. So you wait until Cobra Strikes procs, then you use Kill Command. So your next pet's special abilities are actually then guaranteed crits, and your pet's doing so much damage, and ferocity. Like, do you not think all that would synergize pretty well?
I think they synergize really well later. I think the right, like ferocity, right? You could get 1 point into it right now. It's just everything synergizes really well. Like Cobra Strikes is one of those abilities that scales really well. One, as you get more crit, but also as your pet hits harder. It might be really good early on, and I think there's going to be some builds, especially in PvP, where like you do run that, right? Where like right when you get Cobra Strikes, you pop a kill command and your pet just eats someone, and your pet like actually will, right? It's 60% more damage from kill command, and it's critting 100% of the time for your next 2 hits. So one's gonna be 60% crit and one's gonna be a 40% crit. And they're hitting really fast because Beast Mastery already gives you 30% more damage and 80% more Fury Gen. So they're casting those faster. I think it'll be a build that can work in PvP, but I think it is gonna be not the most common one, if that makes sense. Like it's gonna be really, really fun. But
I think it would need pet scaling, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, it would need pet scaling to work. To work really well.
Yeah, and I think that we will get something like that, right? Like I think we're gonna have a build where it's like you don't use a pet and you're really good. You're also gonna have a build where your pet is really, really good and it's like most of your damage. Like I think we're gonna get something like that. So
yeah, and I feel like at later level it would be
later.
Yeah, and like you said, like with later level, I 100% like sort of believe that would be the right thing to do as well, because it's not really until the later levels where the pet starts falling off big time. We know they've had like threat issues, like with Growl being shite, but like the pets at lower level, they're solid, they're fine. But it's only as you get higher where they start getting shitter that it would sort of make sense that then they would add the pet scaling to the hunter stats later on. Yeah, later on in the game.
Yeah, 100%.
You're making me think so much about how important it is going to be to hibernate hunter pets in PvP.
You'll have no idea if it's a juiced up pet that's going to just, I keep saying it's going to just chomp your face and you're going to be like, and I'm dead, dude. What the hell was that? you're like, it's going to catch people so off guard because they're going to be like, oh, the hunter's over. Oh, what? Like it's straight up. It's going to be an actual thing, which is going to be really funny to see.
Cool.
It's going to be funny because I'm going to be crying because I'm going to get destroyed by hunters every battleground.
Me too, because at later level, like either if I wanted to be, like as a mage, if they are going to start scaling from armor, from the hunter stats, I'm going to be there thinking, I'm all right, I'm a healing mage, this will be easy, and then get one-shotted by a pet just because I wear cloth.
Yeah. Usually when I PvP...
I'll be like, was that fucking Sarf again?
I'm usually queuing by myself, so you could say that I'm a lone wolf. Oh, lone wolf? Yeah, that's a rune as well, and it causes you to deal 15% increased damage with all attacks while you do not have an active pet. So hopefully everybody's going lone wolf, so I don't have to worry about crowd controlling their pet.
Yeah, but if they're going lone wolf, they're just one-shotting you with aim shot, multi-shot.
Scatter with the aim shot,
Yeah. So, I mean, potato. I think Lone Wolf got nerfed. If anyone hasn't noted or has been living under a rock or whatever, this used to give you 25% increased damage whenever you didn't have a pet. They reduced it by 10%, and I think that was very fair of them to do because it was very strong. It still is really good, and I think you're going to see a lot of hunters and maybe PvP run this. But I also think a lot of hunters in PvP don't realize how strong your pet is. So like this build would be like the sniper build where like you go and you grab berserking and then you just like 1 or 2 shot everyone. And that's absolutely going to be a thing. Lone Wolf is really fun. And in PvE, it's going to be nice for both you to just sit back and shoot, or maybe if you're up in and melee DPSing without a pet, it's going to see its viability for sure. The issue is, of course, it's competing with Aspect of the Lion. Oh, that's, yeah. So
just out of interest, Toph, if you had to guess, what level do you think this rune would be obtainable? Let's not say obtainable, because obtainable is probably the wrong word, because maybe it's obtainable at level 10, but it could be somewhere where it's going to be difficult to get at level 10. What level would you think you might get this?
I think Lone Wolf, it makes sense for you to get it before you get a pet, right? Like a level 6. But I don't know if we're going to get another rune that early. But I think it would make sense if you get like whatever, the glove rune, the one that gives you the extra ability at level 2. Then at level 6, as you leave the main starting zone, you can get a second rune. And then at level 10, you get your third rune. And then from there, it starts like trickling wherever. That just feels like an easy way to like just give you this little like, ooh, another one. Yeah. And then from there, it's like surprises. And if so, I think Lone Wolf would make a lot of sense to be at something like level 6. And then you can make the choice to use your pet or not. But like, then you'll end up swapping and using your pet. It either is level 6 or like a later level, like 20 or something. What do you think?
I want you to be right. So I want it to be 6. Purely because then I'd never even do the pet quest. Like genuinely, I love Hunter, but like I would love to just lone wolf the whole way and be like, yeah, fuck it, like I don't even want a pet. But I do. So I would love you to be right, and it was 6. But I would actually go with your second option. I think like it would be sort of 20 plus, yeah, around 20.
Yeah, because they don't want to discourage you from using your pet as soon as you get a pet. Like, that just is bad game design also. So yeah, it makes sense that you wouldn't have it right away.
Yeah, exactly. And it would be, you would get idiots like me that are like, oh, I got Lone Wolf, like I'm not doing a pet quest. Like, fuck that, you know. So yeah, it wouldn't be right for it to be that low. But at the same time, I would take it. But I'd love it to be that low where I could just go, oh, I'll just level the whole way and never have a pet.
Yeah. I think we would get like Master Marksman because of the reduced mana cost. And I'll let you even... What do you mean, Master Marksman? Go? What is that?
Whoa, what amazing segue.
God.
Thank you, Sarth, for the setup.
You fucking
Master Marksman.
You go simp, mate. Absolute simp for go. What is that? Don't help him out.
Well, I couldn't talk about it without having the intro or else it'd be out of place.
Good play.
Master Marksman increases your critical strike chance by 5%, which a lot of other classes has like 15%, but it reduces the mana cost of all your shot abilities by 25%.
This is the one I think you'll see a lot of people end up using if the other person has Aspect of the Lion, and that's because we might have mana issues. And this is the one that also makes a lot of sense for leveling, is like it helps deal with your mana issues. 5% crit also raw is like pretty good. Pretty good. There's a later rune that we'll talk about that also got nerfed from being like ungodly. But yeah, 5% crit and 25% reduction of all of the spells you're casting basically is pretty nice.
Yeah. So what I said about this before I go, and because I do need to go and make another drink, I basically said if it's a fight where it's pet unfriendly, so where your pet's just gonna get fucking like clapped by AoE and shit, you'd run Lone Wolf. Mm-hmm. If you can run a pet, you'd run Master Marksman. That would be like my rune switching for purely selfish DPS at range.
Exactly, right? I mean, they removed Exposed Weakness, which was a really solid rune. That is 100%. Yeah, absolutely. If it, like the first boss in BFD, the mechanic is it knocks you off of the platforms, which then your pet kind of teleports off of the platform into the water with you, which makes your pet really not really doing anything. Okay, you just run Lone Wolf.
Yeah.
There you go, right? Like, it's like things like that. These are the things you're going to switch between if you're not doing Aspect de Lion.
Yeah,
so,
Leon.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll get some other dick to bring that, and we'll worry about our own damage. We'll just find one. We'll be like, right, we're 9-man. There's an absolute pumper, I don't know, warlock from the guild that wants to join. But because I'm the leader of the group and I'm a hunter, I will find a pug hunter that will bring aspects of the lion instead.
Yeah, sorry, we're full. Looking for one more, need hunter with aspect of lion.
Exactly.
As somebody that raids 10 men's with Scotty, he always stacks it for melee since he's ret, and then I never get like spellcaster buffs for Boomy.
Oh my
he's
God,
like, oh,
that
Warlock, Demonic Pact? No, we don't need that for 10 man.
That is so offensive, but yeah, he's right, actually, yeah.
Yeah, spot on, I know.
Thank you for the super chat, Zach. We're very glad you're enjoying it. So thank you.
And there is plans to continue this throughout Season of Discovery. This whole season of Cubicle Chat is for this version of the game. So yeah, tons of podcasts in the future.
Yeah, once a week. We're not going to do it this much. It'll be once a week. We'll all get together.
Yeah,
no
imagine.
doubt. Saf's going to come on. He's going to tell us all of his PvP rogue like mental moments. Maybe what we should do after launch is we should make people bring like a really good clip with them, to watch. That would be cool. So like,
That'd be fun,
we'd
yeah.
say to like, Saf, bring us your best clip from your stream, and then when he's on, we can all watch it and talk about it like that. That would be awesome. Because I think we're going to get some really fun moments to share from this version of the game, even at 25.
Yeah,
And
it'll be some crazy stuff.
Sarth, your podcast that you're involved with I think just Crix, correct me if I'm wrong, Classic
Yeah.
Life has been like taking off again as well. What plans do you have for Classic Life? Go ahead and get the plug in there. Let's hear about it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you, appreciate it. Yeah,
He
so my
didn't
podcast.
turn up when I was there, though. Can I just interrupt? Because I was like, man, I'm
true.
gonna get to talk to Saf, and I was there, and Saf didn't turn up. I was like, do I smell?
we have
Like
this-
what?
We have this holiday in the U.S. called Thanksgiving, and it's basically celebrating like genocide.
Something.
It's not. Yeah, it's not great. I think like in its roots. But me and my fiance spend Thanksgiving with her family, and then we spend Christmas with mine. So it's really easy for Christmas that like we come back here and do things. But for Thanksgiving, like during that podcast was like I was meeting her grandma. We were like, for the first time, who's very, very old. So it's like, there's limited times to do this. And I was like, I was planning on just hopping on my laptop and doing it. I'm really sorry.
I'm only joking.
Because I was really
You haven't got
but
to
I was really
explain
excited.
yourself.
But I was really excited. But the podcast I do with Crix, similar situation, Classic Life. We're mostly talking World of Warcraft. I want to talk a lot about other games sometimes, but it's right now all of the hype is on Season of Discovery, and tomorrow we have Willie on as the special guest, and then on Friday we have Snuts, and we're talking about all of the PvP, like how all of the classes are probably going to perform in PvP once we've seen all of the changes that are going to come out tomorrow. So it's gonna be really exciting. You can check it out on my YouTube channel, and it should be on Spotify and Apple Music more often, but I forget to upload it after I record it. So whatever.
Snuts a
What
huge
time
Warlock
is it?
PvPer.
What time is it tomorrow? Because I want to watch, obviously, with Willie being there as well.
Yeah. 11 p.m. PST, so 7 p.m. GMT.
So pre-launch.
Pre-launch, yeah. It'll
Oh,
be perfect timing pre-launch, yeah.
Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah, I mean, I'm going to be streaming pre-launch, but as long as you've got no problem with that, I'll probably be watching it live.
Literally none at all, brother.
Let's do it.
And then if you ever want to hop in and say some stuff,
Yeah. I mean, I'll have a few drinks beforehand, come in, be abusive,
Yeah.
get kicked out.
Exactly.
No, that's awesome, man. But yeah, you should definitely check it out. I mean, obviously, I think I've only been on like twice. Me, you, and Crix a while back, and then me and Crix, a few days ago. But yeah, like amazing. But I hope you carry it on all through. I'd love for you to actually do that, like a little bit more variety as well. Like I said to you, like personally, just me and you when we were talking earlier, that like, yeah, I'd like to see you do a lot more variety stuff. Because
It's so fun.
Yeah, and it gets me out of the WoW loop. Like because I do.
Right?
I watch your videos and I'm like, even if I ain't played the game, it's like, oh, there are other games that exist.
Yeah, this is the first year I've ever experienced enjoying games that weren't WoW. Usually it doesn't, like, I'll try it and then I'll just be like a couple hours in and I'm like, I'm over it. But Season of Discovery is like fully got me roped, so we'll see. But luckily it's level 25 cap and I'm really thankful for that. Thank you, Blizzard, because my sleep schedule would be so fucked. My health would be so bad.
And I said this at Thanksgiving, but I'm thankful for leg runes, which we've got 4 to talk about. We've got
What?
we've got flanking strike, the first rune for legs. You and your pet deal simultaneous instant 100% melee damage. Afterwards, your mongoose bite and raptor strike deal 10% increased damage for 10 seconds, stacking up to 3 times. Raptor strike has a 20% chance to reset the cooldown on flanking strike.
I'm quite thankful for Go being here. I've got to be honest, because I don't think me
We
and
would rant.
Saf would have spoke about Rogues or Hunters yet.
We would just keep going. We would literally just keep going forever. That was what a great. I'm surprised that you were speaking about the leg runes at your Thanksgiving, but you know what? Everyone has their thing. Flanking strike is one of the melee attacks. It makes hunters more viable as melee hunters. I think it makes hunters more viable as melee weaving hunters early on. The issue that I have with it is like it increases the damage from your next mongoose bite and raptor strike, or from both of those, for 10 seconds, stacking 3 times. But it has a 30-second cooldown. So if you don't get a proc from raptor strike to refresh the CD of flanking strike, then that stack is just gonna fall, which is more likely than not, right? 80% chance that stack falls. So I don't know why it's built that way. I don't know a better way of building it. I haven't really put in much thought, realistically. But I think it's a cool ability, and I'm not sure if it's going to be used right away, other than like the melee hunters will use it, and melee weaving will use it if sniper training doesn't give you a buff. If sniper training gives you a buff that lets you move, and then which is the last rune here. If that gives you a buff like it does in Wrath of the Lich King, whereas like you stood still for 6 seconds or whatever, now for the next 6 seconds you have a buff on you, then you would be able to move and then stand still again before the buff falls off, and then keep it up 100% of the time. I'm just, it doesn't read like it'll be able to do that.
Yeah, I don't like how you said that it could fall off. Like that, those types of abilities are never like good. It's like, oh man, I got one miss and now my stacks are gone and I have to start over trying to build them back up. Yeah,
exactly.
I don't care for that.
That doesn't like feel good, and I think that a lot of the idea of Season of Discovery is like the game feels good, feels better, and yeah.
Well, Scott's gone.
Back.
B. All I see is B for their name, but they asked, are we operating with the idea that Rested XP Guide will work mostly for SOD launch minus new quests? Which it's on the same client, so it should, yeah.
Yeah, the speed leveling guide is the one that you want to use. So if you've already got the speed leveling guide, yeah, I'll be using it, and I've already been practicing with it, and I intend on doing a few hours before launch tomorrow. Just get into 1 to 10 on a troll mage, and then it launches, boom, switch over, and then do it on SOD. But I'll be streaming on Twitch, YouTube, Kick, fucking everywhere, a few hours before.
What about TikTok?
Do you know what? I have actually set up a TikTok account finally, and I put 12 videos out, I think, and then got bored. But I did. Yeah, I did. Were they
World of Warcraft videos? Because there's no audience. Yeah, there's no audience.
They were Kata specifically.
Yeah, I got 100 views on my WoW videos, and then I stopped, and then I posted a Hogwarts Legacy video, and then my brother the next day was like, "Oh, your video has 100,000 views," and I went and looked, and it already had 1 million. I was like, "Oh my god!"
There isn't that much of a WoW. I done it purely because it was I'd done a video about Kata with the top 50 changes. So I thought, well, I'll break all of that down into top 50, 50 different videos for TikTok. And I'd done 12 and got bored and was like, do you know what? I'm just going to go back to watching porn. Pretty much.
Fair enough.
All right, Ed Sheeran, what a legend. Quick update. 18 hours till launch.
Am I allowed to put him on stream? Just for a second. Look
that picture
Ed
he sent?
Sheeran. Oh my god.
Wait, do you have an actual picture of Grifton?
Yeah,
that's
he's ready, dude.
He literally looks like Ed Sheeran. Come on. That is Ed Sheeran.
We had him on Monday with Mr. Sully. Yeah, and that's all we could talk about was how he looked like Ed Sheeran.
No way! My face is covering it right now, but you do. That's crazy.
There we go. I'll move Sarf. And that is grifting. That is our shaman tank for Season of Discovery. It is literally Ed Sheeran's better looking brother.
Twin. It's like me and you are twins, Scott, and Ed Sheeran and Grifton.
Yep.
What a world.
Exactly. And then like go and
I was scared
Trump.
to ask. Yeah, I was gonna be like, "Who's my twin?" Give me Willie. Let me look like that handsome motherfucker, Willie.
Never say that to me again.
Donald Trump. I'm gonna tell Willie you insulted him like that tomorrow.
Yeah, by saying I look like him. I know. No, you were
Yeah.
talking about Scotty. All right.
All right. Yeah. Anyway,
Kill command.
I'll get Griff off the screen now. It's starting to make me feel really uncomfortable. Problem is,
Just
I don't
staring
know
at
how
us.
I put it there. Oh, there we go. Yeah.
All right. Kill command. Give the command to kill, increasing your pet's damage done from special attacks by 60% for 30 seconds. Long time. Each special attack done by the pet reduces the damage bonus by 20%.
Yes, kill command is awesome. Like we were talking about, this would be like the one you would time it with. You time it with like other abilities. Like if you were to get that proc earlier from Cobra Strikes, you would time it with that. Kill command though, I think doesn't really see too much use yet unless you're building that pet build. I think it's not too ridiculous, but it is pretty solid. It's a 1 minute CD. Every one of those 3 next attacks does 20% less damage, and there's just some special attacks that pets can do that really do very low damage. So it could be nice, but I don't know if we're using it right away. Yeah.
Yeah, it's ordinarily just a sort of macro and forget ability, isn't it? You know, you macro it into everything else as long as it's being used on cooldown, like whatever. That's why I'm hoping there is some synergy with, like you said, Cobra Strikes. You know, I'm hoping that actually we can use it a little bit smarter in Season of Discovery. I'm not saying we will, but you know, it would be nice if we was having to use it smarter to get like real benefit out of it rather than just macroing it into everything else just so it gets used.
Yeah. Like exactly. I think it's going to be, you're timing it too. It's a 1 minute CD. Ideally, it goes off of cooldown right after you use it, which would be kind of cool. You would use it like 30 seconds before a pull, and I could see people using it and then switching runes and then it staying up because Blizzard forgot about that. But also, I think they're going to check that because they have Zyrene, who's the exact person who would do that if he wasn't at Blizzard. So it would be cool if that's possible. So try it. Everybody try it. Also,
we've spoke about that. We have spoke about that a lot, Saf, with all of these classes. You know, like, can you pop this before the pull and then switch runes? You know, there's been a lot of that, and I'm surely Blizzard.
I really don't think you'll be able.
No, I hope not. Surely they realise that that sort of degeneracy that we will steep to if we have to. Let's face it. Like, look at Wrath, Syndragosa going in with 0 talents and then putting them in during the fight so you don't get Unchained Magic. It's like, if we'll do that, we'll do anything.
We will do literally anything to increase our damage. And I will do it, and I will make a video about it. So it is what it is.
And I'll watch your video about it, and then I'll tell the guild, and we'll do it. Like, yeah. Well, but you know why? Why wouldn't you? You know, even if it's just for that 1 week, just to get a pass. As long as you don't get invalidated,
exactly.
Well, you might as well.
Yeah, so I think they fix it, which means they don't really use kill command too often outside of that situation where you're really playing a pet build, which would be the next rune, Serpent Sting. I think you literally never use because it's the worst rune of all time.
Okay, that's interesting. Why?
What does it do actually? Go, I forget. Sorry.
Look at
Can I
how
get another
angry
setup?
Go looked. And Go was sat there. His eyes were wider than his fucking glasses. He was sat there so angry, like, hang on, did Saf do my one and only job here?
Serpent spread.
Speaking about
this
my
one's-
wife, spread.
This one
Serpent
scares me.
spread.
Oh my
Go.
gosh. Targets hit by your multi-shot are also afflicted by your serpent sting for 6 seconds. So multi-shot already can like break a crowd control in a dungeon in PvP, and then it's gonna add a dot to it now. Like
Well, the idea is like to increase your AoE damage, but Serpent Sting is, like we were mentioning earlier, so weak. It's so weak. And so to put up a Serpent Sting on 3 more targets for 6 seconds, I think it will take 3 times for like 14 damage each. Woo, right? It's such a pointless rune. This rune, something has to happen. There has to be some sort of reworks that make this not god awful.
I just want to clip.
That's all.
I want to clip the woo, and I want that as a fucking notification, you know, an alert on stream, because that was awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I agree. You know, with the way we get scaling in vanilla, like yeah, I can't disagree. But this is fucking sick in Kata. Like, it's disgusting.
Yeah.
Absolutely disgusting.
It'll be awesome. It'll be awesome later. In Classic, this is so incredibly useless. It's just so bad in Classic. And later in other, like, unless they change the scaling. Yeah, Kata, sick.
For AoE, I mean, is there another, like, would you run sniper training over Serpent Spread if it was an AoE fight?
If it was like a purely AoE fight, I would rather have 10% crit on the 3 hits of multi-shot than I would to put up a stupid Serpent Sting for 6 seconds on those targets.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I genuinely didn't know that it was that weak.
Yeah, Serpent Sting is really weak. We find out tomorrow if it scales with AP and like that change happens, but like it really is a very weak rune.
So let's say it did.
And there has to be something done.
Let's you know, be optimistic and say it did. You know, Serpent Sting started scaling with AP. Would that then make Serpent? Because surely Blizzard know that they're testing this. Surely they'd have Serpent Spread. They'd press it and be like, "This is shit." Like, you know, you would hope that they understand the game, the fundamentals. So I kind of would hope that. But then I go back to what I said about an hour ago, with then that would make the other Serpent Sting scale. Then they'd have to add all those different ranks in again. Would they do that without a rune? I don't know.
Yeah. If they do, I think that's really cool. Maybe Serpent Spread can be useful then on AoE situations. You're probably still stronger just using sniper training, but I don't see why they would make a rune that's absolutely useless. So it does make a lot of sense, and I know they have like people testing them, and a huge shout out to just Zyrene. Just does, like, I think he's QA there, and he just does a good job testing everything so that he can tell them if something is overpowered or useless or something. Like, it's not like he makes the changes, but like he is an actual real theory crafter, testing these things. Someone that is from a top world guild testing these things. So I think you are right in saying that like it makes sense that it wouldn't be useless. Would just have to see. As I anticipate it right now, it's doo-doo, but maybe it's great.
Yeah, if you was to take it like at face value and be like, right, we know how Serpent Sting scales, we know how vanilla plays, we've got Serpent Spread, it's shit. The only way it's going to be good is if there is a change to how some of these things work, and then we'd be like, actually, it's all right.
Yeah, exactly. And then it's like, oh, okay, well, all right, you'll use this in pure cleave fights the entire time, where you're cleaving the whole time. And then what you would do is you would drop traps, explosive traps, hit with your carve for that uncapped AoE, and then run out, hit with a multi-shot. Yeah.
But again, if we go to like the first expansion where this actually comes in, which is Kata, like, you know, good luck getting fucking near a hunter, on a survival hunter on AoE packs. Like, just good luck. Anyone, any class, unholy DKs, don't give a fuck what you play. Like, the damage is disgusting. Like, disgusting.
It's like right now in Wrath, you could Hunter, you just throw your trap and then you sit there and you press volley. It's just that. You just press that one ability and you go, oh, this is pretty fun. And you just watch yourself doing like 50k DPS. You're like, oh, 6 seconds later, I'll press this button again. And like you have it on cast at your cursor, so you don't even have to press it a second time, you know? Yeah.
Yeah, just walking around the room every 6 seconds, coming back, pressing it, and then like, I'll just tidy this shelf up. Oh no, that's all good.
At the beginning of Wrath, there was a video I did it on purpose of like patchwork where I did my opener as the Unholy DK and then I just started dancing in the background and then like I sat back down and I was number 1 DPS by far. I was doing like 14k DPS on the opener and like it was like, and then everyone used it as an example of like Unholy is stupid. It was.
Yeah, it was. I like the was though. I mean, they've kind of been put in their place. Oh, not put in their place.
Yeah.
They're still strong, but it is nice how the tables have turned a little bit.
Yeah,
I was
the
looking-
very end of the expansion.
They're
Yeah.
like sixth now or something like that on Warcraft logs. So yeah,
It's okay, I'm a
they've
feral
dropped, which is absolutely number 1.
Yep.
All right.
I have to do what it's because it's funny because I always get someone that's like flavor of the month enjoyer, and I'm like, the character is literally named Sarth Flavor of the Month. Like that's the actual name. And obviously I have to do it because we're the number 1 speedrunning guild in the world. So yeah, it is. But yeah, Unholy DK is still having fun. But regardless, hunters are always just so fun. As we're talking about hunter in the background, it's one of my favorite classes in every version of the game.
Speaking
It's
about
time for
every version of the game.
Final rune. Yeah, this is it. We've done it, Scotty. We've talked about all 109, however, 106, whatever all the rune
I think it's
numbers
108,
are.
but I don't know. My
108,
maths
it's
might not be
somewhere in
great
there.
either, apparently.
Gotta catch them all.
The last one, sniper training. Your shot abilities gain 10% increased critical strike chance while you have not moved for the last 6 seconds. And this is something like a mage used to have in one expansion. And I kind of liked it. I kind of didn't like it. I guess that one was more like you would place a rune on the ground.
That arcane thing?
Yeah, yeah. And if you stood in your rune that you placed on the ground, then you would get the buff. And if you moved out, then you wouldn't have it. So what do you think about sniper training? Is it just good for a patchwork style fight, or like what uses does it have?
In classic World of Warcraft, for now, there's like 4 fights in the entire game that you have to move ever. So if you had 10% increased crit, which used to be 30%. This rune used to literally be, before they nerfed it, it was 30% increased critical chance to all of your shots. So your spells, not your auto shots. That was crazy. I was like, okay, someone was a little bit, someone was pulling a Scottejaye after a long day and then was like, I'm going to add a new rune. Yeah.
Yeah, I said the same thing. I thought it was ridiculous.
But hunters want to melee weave, right? So how does this work with melee weaving?
So that's where the question comes, right? Will this? So it says right after standing still for the next 6 seconds, you have 10% crit on your shot abilities. The thing would be if this next 6 seconds is a buff on yourself, which I think it will be, and if this buff just hard goes away when you move, which I don't think it will, which means you have to get the buff on yourself, move in, melee, get back into position, shoot, the buff refreshes, move in, melee, like that. For most players, most hunters that aren't going to be min-maxing super hard, you don't have to worry about this at all. So don't even worry about what I just said unless it makes a lot of sense to you, in which case you understand exactly what I mean. So this, for most people, will just be like where you'll just sit back and shoot and you'll just get a 10% crit increase when you don't have to move, which is 90% of the time. There's some movement on each of the new bosses, but like it'll just matter if you position well and then stand still there and then move, position well, stand still there. That's going to be the difference. But 10% crit, very solid, especially if you pair it with your other 5% crit that you could get in another rune. Like that's a lot of crit at this level. 30% was ridiculous. That was absolutely insane what it was before. I think 10% could be buffed to 15. I mean, you know, like if you guys are watching, maybe give it 20. You know, sure. That's the 20 was a little ridiculous too. So yeah, it's I think this is still a very solid rune. I know when I posted about this, a lot of people were like, hunters are dead. And I was like, you're not. Like, it's not like this is nerfing you to the ground. It's just like 30% was like unreal. Like, that was just unfair. That was like such a ridiculous number that made no sense to just like, here's 30% free crit. It's like, what do you mean? So yeah, this is still a very, very solid rune.
All right, runes are done. Time for talent specs. How many different talent builds are there for Hunter? There's
Before we move on, no, I'm just trying to think, and I've even just been looking while someone was talking because I was trying to remember what it was called, and maybe someone will, or maybe even you, Saf, when there was something similar to sniper training in a late, it might have been MOP or WAD, I can't remember.
It's in Wrath right now.
No. So you would the longer you stood still, the more damage you would do. And you almost went from red to amber to green, and then that's when you want to stand still. So you would get a bit of a benefit, you know, for that. But I was looking at Master Marksman, I was looking at sniper training, but there's definitely something. And it was around the same time that Lone Wolf came in, because I'd done all the MOP gold challenge modes as a hunter. Like on retail, I've got the gold challenge mode gear. But there was definitely something where it ramped up, but I feel like it was WOD where that came in. But trying to find a WOD fucking talent calculator or anything is not even ill on there. Oh, it was MOP.
Someone says it was MOP. Yeah, I didn't play MOP or WOD or Legion, and I wish I did.
MOP,
maybe
you missed out on MOP.
But...
MOP was amazing, man. Like WOD and Legion, like MOP was amazing. Especially you, who loves speed running. You would have loved gold challenge modes, man. Trying to get the fastest times on the server, like just so good.
Like the onset of Mythic Plus, which I think is the best thing they've ever added to this game ever. It's my favorite game mode of all time. It's so fun. Mythic Plus is so dope. There's a lot of toxicity and gatekeeping, but it's so fun. So yeah, I really wish I did MOP for the challenge modes. And the gear looks so cool.
Oh yeah. The gold, I still use it on every character on retail now. I still use the gold challenge mode gear. Absolutely love it. But all right, it was MOP. I can't find what, but that like something like that would have been cool. You know, where sniper training was like it started at 10 but ended at 30, because then it would be like, let's say 18 seconds that you had to be stood still to get 30% crit. You know, now we're talking that's a long time. You move, you get like a few seconds before it drops. You know, so they could have almost kept it at that, but I can't remember what the name of the ability was.
That would be really cool, though. It would really matter your positioning, which would be really cool.
Yeah. Go's gone. So what about talents? So that's all the runes. Like, I think PvE and PvP is all we're interested in terms of like, I don't think there's going to be multiple builds, or is there? Like, is there? We're going to have a melee, I suppose, melee PvE and like a range PvE. Is there a melee PvP build? Do you think?
I don't even think melee PvE build is really worth it, but like, sure, if you wanted to go down into Savage Strikes in the survival tree, that's the only thing you need. 2 points in survival strikes. Or Savage Strikes, it's on the far right. But I think the most common build...
Savage Strikes, yeah? For the crit chance. What are we doing to get there?
There's the two right above you is increases your damage to humanoids by 3%, so humanoid slaying, and then you would maybe grab monster slaying 2 points there. So it just is like, against certain enemies, you do slightly more damage.
Okay.
That would be what you would go into, and then you could pretty much go wherever you want for the PvE build. A big thing for your normal like PvE build, even for a PvP build, is going to be efficiency. Realistically, PvPers will probably get improved concussive shot in their first tree, but efficiency reduces the mana cost of your shots and stings by 10% in the marksman tree. That adds up a lot, because I think we're going to have long fights, and the fear is mana. So I would take all of those out, and then we'll just go into the marksman build. The fear is mana. And so you go efficiency 5 points, then you get 5 points of just free raw crit percentage on top of whatever other crit you got anywhere else from lethal shots. And then you grabbed aim shot. Aim shot is really nice because it goes into your rotation, although you would never grab it if you grabbed explosive shot. But I think you're going to run chimera shot and run aim shot. So you would go down there. And then in your ideal world, if your name is Scottejaye, and you're not doing aspect of the lion, then you grab aspect of the hawk.
Points are already there. Don't worry. The points are already there. Like we can't be. All right. So let's say you was running lion and you're being a team player. I mean, fuck those guys. Where are you going to put those 5 points?
Then it becomes interesting. I would say you could get improved Hunter's Mark for a little bit of more ranged attack power, which is totally fine. You would put like 4 points into there and then 1 point into something like Mortal Shots for 6% bonus damage to all of your crits. Or if you want, you could also put those points into Hawkeye, which increases your range. Technically won't increase your single target DPS, and then 1 point in improved Hunter's Mark and Mortal Shots. So like you kind of get to choose there. You're probably going to get improved Hunter's Mark at that point and Mortal Shots. But like in an ideal world, again, you grab improved aspect of the Hawk and you have someone else that brings your lion. But that's probably not going to happen to most people.
So you're going Hunter first, you said, didn't you? You're doing Hunter. Hunter's going to be your first character. So what is your build going to be?
My build is going to be similar to what you have right there, except for actually, that's probably what my build is going to be for leveling, because having the increased range is really nice, in my opinion, for leveling. But for the raid right at the beginning, I will be the next 3 points will be in, or 4 points will be in improved Hunter's Mark, and 1 point into Mortal Shots. So for the raid, it'll probably be 5, 4, 5, 1, and then one at the end. So instead of getting that extra range you grabbed from, what's this one called? Hawkeye, all of that would be an improved Hunter's Mark.
Right, okay. So
but only one hunter, again, only one hunter needs to bring that also. So like that doesn't matter, you know?
And you're going to be the one that's bringing... so you're going to run aspects of the lion, yeah?
Probably, yeah. For in reality, probably.
Such a nice guy. Just ridiculously nice guy. I'd be making go Hunter. I'd be like, you know how excited you are about Boomy, mate? You're going Hunter, and here's the spec.
Yeah, here's your improved Hunter's Mark spec. Yeah.
Improve Hunter's Mark and aspect of the lion. Let's go.
Do you not? I mean, I don't know how many bosses are classed as humanoids, but is there any value to putting 3 points in humanoid slaying in the survival tree?
There is, but not as much as some of the other things, I think. So yes, but like because not everything is humanoid. I mean, it's great for PvP, right? That's 3 extra damage to humanoids and increase your critical damage caused to them by an additional 3, right? So yes, humanoid slaying great for like PvP, but like it's just like right now, if we look at it, like the first boss is an elemental, right? Baron Aquanionios. The second boss is Gamura, which is like a beast because it's a giant troidal. And then the third boss is a Naga, which I guess counts as a humanoid.
Yeah, they're humanoids. They are humanoids.
So I think you'd have like a third of the bosses are going to be humanoids, I would say. Like we're definitely getting a fight, like maybe actually half of the bosses will be humanoids towards the end, but I think it's like more of like a third, a little maybe more. So yeah, I don't know if it would be worth it. Yeah.
Can you remember what sort of DPS you were seeing? And I know people never have weak auras, UIs set up properly, but you know, because that's
did.
Oh, okay. So what was the sort of...
He had a DPS meter. S-Man was the only person with a DPS meter. And obviously, he was playing Ret, which was busted, and it was doing double the damage of everyone. Everyone should be around like 100 DPS, and if they're playing optimally, they should be high, like they should be able to put out around 100 DPS to target dummies, and then optimally you'll have buffs and stuff that'll probably put you at like 130 to 170 DPS. Hunter's going to be a very solid pick. Hunter's going to be really good in PvE. A lot of the casters, some of the casters, the things that you're missing right now is hit rating, and hit rating's not really that big of a deal for Hunters.
So can we then like put it into perspective where we're like, right, so you're going to do about 100 DPS. If you take these 3 points, instead of doing 100, you're going to do 103. You know, like can we like if we really break it down and think how much these talents matter, you know, like it's not, we're not talking big numbers. It's not like, oh my god, have you seen this Hunter pumping? He's doing 700 DPS. It's like, no, this Hunter's pumping. He's doing 104. Like,
yeah,
it's funny numbers.
Like, we're level 25. All of these things have a lot more of a differential at higher levels, but right now we're level 25. We have 16 talents to use. It's like, just grab, every class has like one important thing. We've got aim shot, you know? It's like some classes have some crazy things. Like if you're an arcane mage, you get 10% hit, which is like the most ridiculous thing of all time. But
yeah, baby,
whatever.
Let's go, mage.
10% hit as your first 5 talent points. Wow. Okay. But yeah, so like right now it's just like, I think everyone just needs, again, to like always keep in mind that the whole game is going to be completely different in like a month and a half.
Oh, absolutely. And literally the difference between going the optimal, you know, if we're talking end game level 25 PvE spec, you know, the difference is going to be if somebody who's not got the optimal end game PvE spec and they get one more crit than you do, they're probably going to do more damage than you do.
Yeah. So like I would just like I'm straight up gonna be like a PvP spec that's like a mix of a PvP PvE spec most of the time, because the lockout of raid is 3 days, and I am gonna spend a lot of time in Ashen Vale PvP and like Warsong Gulch.
Yeah, same.
Same
so like one last thing before we go, what would be your like Hunter PvP spec? Because that was more all PvE focused, like a really good open like Ashen Vale PvP spec.
Okay, Ashen Vale, there's 2 choices. There's the pet build and the you kill everything build. So we're gonna do the you kill everything build first.
Yep.
That means you're grabbing Lone Wolf, you're grabbing Chimera Shot, and realistically, you're probably grabbing Sniper Training. There might be a better option later, but Sniper Training, you're gonna try to stand still and delete people. Then you get Improved Concussive Shot because it gives you a 20% chance to have a stun. Then you get Lethal Shots, which gives you 5% more crit, Aim Shot, and Hawkeye, which gives you 6 yards range, which is like actually really solid. 6 yards of extra range is really, really good. From there, it's either Improved Aspect of the Hawk or Humanoid Slaying. Neither of them matter too much. But like, it's just a little bit extra damage. This is like, you're like the sniper sitting in the back trying to crit everyone and just like delete them before they can even realize you did it. So that's like the build that I think is going to be really, really fun personally. But the pet build would go Improved Aspect of the Hawk, because you want to increase your own damage. And then let me think. Like, nothing else is so great until later. Maybe pet build doesn't matter. Oh, Unleash Fury is really good.
Yeah, it definitely want Unleash Fury.
Yeah, so I guess you can get increases. I guess you can get Improved Revive Pet and like, it doesn't matter. Pick whatever you want there until you get Unleash Fury and Bestial Swiftness. Bestial Swiftness and Unleash Fury, those are the big ones. Your pet is 30% faster and does 20% more damage on top of the 30% damage you got from Beast Training, right? Or Beast Mastery. You have Kill Command, which just deletes things. And then you also, again, then have the Cobra Strikes, which you just pair it with Kill Command. And then like, it's that one, Bestial Swiftness is crazy. Like, nobody can outrun your pet anymore if you're running that pet build. And your pet's doing 50% more damage just base, right? Yeah,
that's going to be disgusting. Like I think for,
Yeah, dude.
for low armor targets, like leather wearers, cloth wearers, like that's going to be like you
That's
just
gonna be
just stand there and just send your pet in and be like, be right back,
Yeah.
guys. Be right back, guys. I'm going to kill this mage and then go ahead.
I'm just gonna send in my pet, and then it's literally, and it's like it's basically your pet is like a rogue ambushing them and backstabbing instantly, and you're like, what? And it's like, yeah, you're dead, dude. I bet you didn't see that coming. So you definitely want to hibernate these pets because you don't know if they're gonna be something like this, which is like gonna be really fun.
The reason I stopped playing Call of Duty because people could use like the perks, whatever they were called, and they could call in dogs that were not controlled at all by the character, and the dogs would just come in out from the outside of the map and just come kill you in like two
They one
bites.
shot you, don't
Dude,
they?
it was so annoying. I'm like, dude, I didn't even die to an actual player. It felt like shit. And then it's the same feeling I have for hunter pets. Sorry, Sarth. I hate them. They're annoying.
They're annoying for the hunter too. Like I was describing earlier, like getting pet skills and the right pet and leveling your pet and all of that is genuinely such an annoying aspect of the game.
That makes me feel a little bit better that you had to suffer in order to do what you're doing with your pet.
But the thing is, I forgot about that until you mentioned it, and I like genuinely,
Yeah, exactly.
I weren't even thinking about it, and then you said it, and I was
it's like having a baby.
Yeah, or two of them. I mean, I don't even know where they are. But yeah, like, yeah, that is something I completely forgot about until you mentioned it tonight, and I was like, oh fucking hell, yeah, that shit system.
Yeah,
yeah,
it's no fun.
I'll go lone wolf.
We'll see.
Fuck the pet.
Yeah, like the pet's gonna be insane for leveling. It's gonna be super, super fun, or super good. And then I think there's gonna be those pet builds in PvP where you just randomly run into someone and their hunter just like their pets are just having a good time, and you're just like, I hate this, man. Why is this person's pet killing me? And I can't stop it.
I'm having PTSD now more and more about pets killing people in Red Ridge. I was leveling up, and there was just like a horde hunter hiding in the hills, controlling their pet, going to town, just like one-shotting lobies on a PvP server. And I was like, fuck you, man.
Exactly.
They named their pet something like, I don't know, Red Ridge Killer or something. Like, I was like, okay,
Scottejaye.
Yeah.
Boys, this has been emotional and a lot longer than I thought it was going to go on for. I thought this was genuinely going to be a short one, like 2 hours, not four and a bit. But it's been
We
good.
did a good job though.
Amazing. Like, tough. Obviously, the problem is when I start talking to you, I don't want to let you go because it's just so cool to be able to like more or less look at myself in the mirror while we're chatting. Like, it's just so good.
I know the feeling. It's good we have Go here. He brings us back to reality so we can realize that like the game comes out tomorrow and we have more videos to make.
Tomorrow, man. I ain't got time to do any more videos. I need to sleep between now and then, which is unfortunate.
Yeah.
But no, it's going to be sick, man. So, like, yeah, obviously, Saf, thank you for coming. Like, as always, like, it is an absolute pleasure. I hope everyone in chat enjoyed it, and Saf, shout yourself out everywhere they can find you.
Yeah, guys, if you enjoyed the show, come watch me play Hunter and Rogue and other melee classes over on twitch.tv/Sarth. I might start a kick tonight so that I could try to multi-stream it. I don't know. I guess I might as well. And then YouTube, I have a ton of guides coming out. And I try to base them on like the average player and then also like the best players in the world. So if you want to like literally learn from the best players in the world, check me out on YouTube if you haven't seen those. And I love you guys. Thanks for having me.
And TikTok, yeah?
And TikTok. Yeah, TikTok, man. Like, your TikTok is pumping.
I haven't made a TikTok video in like 2 months. But TikTok is not WoW. If you want to see me talk about things like I do with WoW, but other games, come hang out on my TikTok. The next game is going to be Avatar Frontiers. That one looks really fun for me. It's like a Far Cry, but in Avatar world. And I'm actually really hyped about that. So I'm going to be making a lot of TikToks about that as I discover new secrets. TikTok/Sarth Games.
Are you not? What is it? What is the fuck it? Because there's a Star Wars game. Is it Smugglers? No, what's it called? There's a new Star Wars game that's coming out that I really want to play. Where
But
it's
isn't
like
that not for a while?
it might be not for a while, but I saw the trailer for it and was like, man, like I am playing that because obviously I've completed like Jedi Survivor 1, 2. But this is the one with a woman main character with a robot.
Outlaw? Yeah, it's okay. It's called Outlaws.
Outlaws.
It's gonna be released next year. Yeah, so it's not for a little while. The trailer looked really cool. When they came out with it. It looks really fun.
I watched the hour-long like IGN gameplay of it as well. Like the first hour of the game. Like I am playing it. Like anything Star Wars, I'll be playing. I love Star Wars. Yeah, me too. I'm a big fanboy. I play on Star Wars Galaxy's private server still, and that's like older than WoW. You know, so
you're the real OG, dude.
Yeah, but like that would be my dream. Like for a real proper reboot of Star Wars Galaxies, I'd drop WoW fucking overnight. If someone got hold of the rights to be able to do a classic version. Like WoW have, but with Star Wars Galaxies, I'd be gone.
Yeah, I would play. I never got to play OG Star Wars Galaxies, so I missed out.
So fucking good. But yeah, Outlaws. I'll be playing Outlaws, and you better play Outlaws and make some variety content about it because I'll be watching it while I'm playing it.
Yeah. I will make a ton of videos on it. It's gonna be really fun.
Right, well, thank you. Go. Have you got anything to send us off with? Because I will send us out with Mr. Sully's sod video and just with the intro from like a couple of nights ago.
Yeah, this has been the part of the show where I usually promote the next episode, and I don't know what the next date of the next episode's gonna be because we're gonna be no-lifing this game, Scotty and I.
Wednesday.
So,
it'll be Wednesday. Let's do Wednesday.
Next Wednesday.
Next Wednesday. Okay. Yeah, I think that's enough time for us to enjoy launch. We'll do a post-launch episode next Wednesday. Maybe Sarth, if he's got time, can jump in for a little bit. I'm gonna ask Geordie if he wants to come on. A few. We could have a big group post launch episode. Get people from all different guilds, and how's the first week been? Like that'd be fucking awesome.
Oh yeah. Cool. Yep. Sarth, thanks, brother, for coming back to the show.
Thank you guys. Thank you guys a ton for having me again, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. I'm really excited to see what everyone does, and feel free to watch or come hang out for the podcast tomorrow with Willie, 7 p.m. GMT, 11 a.m. PST.
Yep, we'll be watching. We'll definitely be watching. Everyone go and watch, but I will personally be watching as well. So, definitely. What is it? Have you got any teaser for it? Like, just before we do go?
I have no teaser for it because Crix has come up with the schedule for it so that I was just busy. So we'll see.
Yeah, we'll see what it is, but we'll be watching anyway. Right, thank you guys. I'm going to roll the intro that's now going to be the outro, and we'll catch you later. I mean, what is this thing? Circle thing from America. That has music on it. Just literally can't work out what this is meant to be. I didn't even find out what it is on Google. Literally, I've had someone send me one of these shiny circle things. But I can't get it to go in anything. I wonder if Go knows what it's for.
Yo, it's Go.
What up, big dog? I don't know why I said it like that. I've had someone from America send me like a circle thing with a little circle in the middle of it. And he said that there's a song on it for us for the podcast. What do you put it in?
A little circle thingy? I don't know. I've never seen one of those.
I mean, I've tried putting it in my Mac, but like, it don't fit in any of the holes. What? I don't. Have you got any idea? What if I spin it really fast on my finger? Will that make it go? Oh, I think I heard something.
You want to just spin it on your finger for the whole show?
I'll have to get him to send me an MP3 version. Should we listen to it together? Well, he said it's a song for the podcast, so
All right, bro. I'll see you in a little bit.
all right. Let's hear it.
SOD, my pallies, are you ready? 11/23/2004, Wildez put Pally straight on the floor. One boot on the neck, another on the hand, a placeholder class, they made them so bland. It's almost as if they didn't like magic, all tapped out and they couldn't imagine everything they could do. Storm strike to your face, just wait till I get a big fat mace. SOD, about to get crazy. New meta, what's it gonna be? SOD, get to play a new plan. Fresh. SOD, about to get crazy. New meta, what's it gonna be? SOD, get to play a new plan. Fresh. 11/30/2023, Wildez found the lane. Pallies be free. We got runes hiding in the most conspicuous spots. Holy rat and prop waiting to be unlocked. They're gonna heal you, deal you damage you like. Protect the group when the wheels are falling off the bike. Define in the storm, maybe lay on hands. Paladins no longer watching from the stands. SOD, about to get crazy. New meta, what's it gonna be? SOD, get to play a new plan. Fresh. SOD, about to get crazy. New meta, what's it gonna be? SOD, get to play a new plan. Fresh. I don't have to tell you how there was no meta, just auto attack. Just ask Riley. I don't have to tell you how there was no meta, just auto attack.